Have you seen the bug where traders still go to the deconstructed trade depot? I don't generally deconstruct trade depots when traders are on the map, so no, I have not. Huh. I would expect them to just leave, but... Juicebox, thanks for the 5-pack. Well, the first thing I gotta say is... Thanks to the 123 people watching here on Twitch. And also, thank you for the 75,000 subscribers on YouTube. Apparently I hit that this morning. Thank you to the 20 of you watching on YouTube. If you would like to help out the YouTube stream Twitch chat at absolutely no cost to you, here's a link. You could go lurk in both. You could go leave a like. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream. But yeah, Skidmac in YouTube chat. That seems odd. Traders going to the depot even if it's not there anymore. That seems messy. They should probably fix that. I would recommend report it. Like if you have an instance of it happening, I would report it and or upload save file if you can. But DFHack hasn't updated, at least on my end yet. So if somebody in chat wants to scream when DFHack's updated, that'd be cool. I was asked for a check-in on Clockwork Dragon, which we can do. My plan for today is to talk about the patch, probably, and also build an arena, because we have a... I also have a dwarf to name. I have to name Darius, which means the dwarf redemption is up if somebody else wants to redeem it. Just to pointing that out, and don't mind the little army here. It's fine. So the named dwarves are Havoc, YouTube, Pineapple, and if you hear your name and you want me to check in on your dwarf, just give me a shout. Bastet, we've got Belug, we've got Bruggen, we've got Mano Piece 420, we got Boltar, we've got who one tap the Forgotten Beast. We got Romanoid Troll, who's my mayor still. We got Flaccid Yam, who's the Baron of Headpunch.
Thanks for introducing me to this Grat game, sir.
I'm very happy to be able to introduce you to this Grat game. Hilmar. We've got Origin 64, we've got Lightning Roger, we've got Blue Ice, we've got Enter Bunny, we've got Zalvi the Sequel, Sideburns, For the Horde, and we've got Journey, as well as Demon Stir, and Big Baz from North FC. We've got Wolfist Wolf, we've got Bonedal, the second, we've got Donut, and we've got Too Many Fisher Dwarves. We've got Methalic. We've got Gorg the second. We've got No Food 36 from the YouTube chat. We've got Nate from the YouTube chat. We got Kartok the Terrible. We've got Nestor. And we've got Flame Thief, Justin TV, and Leo R. We've got Raikalu, Theo S. We've got, scrolling down, probably Jody. It's probably Jody. And Red Fogel, the sequel. We've got Shy Pandemonium, Swaggin' Kessel, Freeways. I see a raid. Son of Hanu, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? How was your fort today? I saw you streaming. And on 4, Crane the Third. Abraham, we got V, and Josh the Corpse Man, who was a mass murderer and still is, and stopped killing people at a point. Keyfry, who was one of the artists on the Dwarf Fortress book. We've got Sharpshooter, Tapioca, Bioactive, and Magakome. And I've got bad news for you, Clockwork, as well as a second Methalic. So I will name you Methalic the second, because I didn't realize I had 2 of you. And then, Clockwork Dragon is no longer with us. Which is a bloody shame, that. You might have deconstructed it while they were just about to leave, so the location is persisted. If you have DFHack installed, Skidmech, you can fix it by typing in the command, fix stuck merchants, but... In almost 10 years. Oh, damn. So, like, what, do you remember the last version number you played? Was it, like, in the 40 era or the 30 era? Because, like, if you played in, like, the pre-40 era, then that's, like, basically, was it before or after 2014? really. I'm wondering if like he played with the Alive World stuff or not, because that would be a huge change. But welcome back, I guess. But in some ways, I'm sure it's sort of like playing a... Has it updated on Steam yet, though? I don't use the GitHub pulls. Yes, it has. Hold on. I'm just going to restart the game real quick. You only played a little back then? Okay. Well, then, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to learn. I mean, this is the best the game's ever been. If you need help and stuff, there's a very active community that's very willing to help people. Hopefully you got some help from the Twitch chat. I'm just restarting the game because it's DFhack updated in case I need to autosave. I literally just use DFhack for its save functions most of the time. And then sometimes to fix something that's busted. While the game is saving. Is anybody else here, like, looking forward to the Formula 1 race in Japan? Or is that just me? I really want to see how Yuki does. Fucking weird season so far. Man, War for the Overworld has been out for 10 years? Well, shit, I feel old. I feel old. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I've told people this for years, especially pre-Steam, but like less so now, but still the same case. Like the best way to learn Dwarf Fortress is to just stream it and just ask for help. Like yesterday we raided somebody who was brand new, it seemed. She was doing great. Like she was like honestly like had one of the most stable forts for a brand new player that I've seen in a long time. Yet at the same time was kind of freaking out about like doing stuff wrong, but I think between chat's help and her seemingly decent knowledge of the game, like it's not too hard to pick it up these days. It's kind of wild that I genuinely wonder where this game would be sometimes if it wasn't like if I hadn't made any tutorials. I genuinely wonder. Like, would somebody else have taken up the mantle and just become me? Is there an alternate reality where, like, somebody else did it? I need to name Darius. What kind of dwarf would you like? No bookkeeper was interesting. Yeah, she didn't have a... Did she have a manager? I think she had a manager, right? I don't know if the manager was functional, though. I didn't stick around long enough to see. It's really hard to tell from my perspective how much I've actually done. Because I don't really... One of the weird things about this gig, I guess, is that people talk about you in places where you don't see it. If that makes any sense. I really should just start making a quarterly ballista arrow. But beard and happy is good. Happy dwarf with beard. Got it. Son of Hanu, would you like a dwarf? Because you raided me very early on. I don't generally get raids around here, so it's nice. You get to have a fisher dwarf who's about to change careers. For Darius. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Hanu, and do you have a preference in job? He's completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. Well, I guess he's going to be a fisher dwarf forever then. He lacks confidence in his abilities and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. You seem insufferable. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He has an overbearing personality and can be very happy and optimistic. I think you're either a used car salesman or a tech bro. He rarely feels discouraged and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Tech bro. And he is quite polite and tries to keep his things orderly. And tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works describes natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Definitely not a tech bro. He is slow to anger, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. maybe a tech bro, and he has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values honesty, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes hornblende and lay pewter and yellow jasper, as well as clear glass and alpaca wool. You'll like this place because everything's alpaca wool. Rope reed fabric and crutches and horses for their strength. And the words of the prim wisps and the sound of the euphoric butterfly. And when possible, prefers to consume perry and hates slugs. He is corpulent and he has a very long beard. He's a member of the Ashen Cult. Devil Dawn, thanks for gifting 3 months of sub to Son of Hanu. Appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. You know, I think you are the highest gift sub contributor who actively still watches the stream. I was looking at the stats recently, and like the top 4 highest gift sub people are all either unsubbed and inactive, or unsubbed and don't follow me anymore, or except for one who's still subbed but hasn't talked in the chat in a year and a half. So thank you. Appreciate that. Infinite Wool Crafts. Well, most of the clothing is made of wool. Like you know, you specifically like... I can read. Hornblende, lay pewter, yellow jasper, clear glass, alpaca wool, right? Like, you've got an alpaca wool dress, alpaca wool socks, alpaca wool shoes. Yeah. So that's probably why you're happy. And set you to make something forever. Would you like to be a clother? Because, like, that's basically that. Boom. There you go. All right. Next is, let's do Son of Hanu, and then we'll do Q and Green Tea. Q and Green Tea, just make sure that you've typed into the chat what kind of dwarf you would like. For a beard open to all professions. Okay, happy beard dwarf it is. I'm bumping the Q because raid, but you're a pump oppy. Pump op. Although you are a little rusty, but a rusty pump operator, that's just most people, right? Son of Hanu. Well, now the question is, who is Hanu? Channeled lulls. You're channeling all of the lulls. Morning, Flaccid. Your Baron's still alive. You very happy. Doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. And believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes cryolite and sterling silver, as well as moss opal, and spore tree wood. Walrus leather, anole bone, and swan parchment. The color dark violet, gems, maces, helms, and millstones. Splints and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. When possible, prefers to consume horseshoe crab, mussel, and dwarven beer. Wow, you've got like real life fancy tastes. You know, like, you like crabs, beer, mussels. You're very happy at the Red Lobster, although that's not really fancy. He absolutely hates worms. Me too. Well, except for when they're in the dirt, then that's good. And he's got a very long beard, which is braided. He's got one friend who's a hunter who's wearing a crown named Aitan. And you worship Vesh, the god of death, as most people here do. Welcome to the fort. Unbearded weirdo. Dealer's choice. Okay, happy unbearded. Is up next. You're the mason, named Kib. You're currently making clear glass blocks. Don't mind the lava right next to your workshop. It's fine. There's lava underneath it, too. And then we'll get into the goal for the day. She is always in love with somebody and develops positive feelings. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and is quite ambitious. Rarely feels discouraged and is trusting. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She has a sense of duty, and she is often cheerful. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she can handle stress, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is slow to anger. She tends to hang on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything much more. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, respects power, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. And, of course, that's skill mastery. Likes quartzite and sterling silver, as well as jasper opal and sparrow leather, the gazelle hoof and anaconda tooth, the color lime bucklers, and I clicked the wrong button and lost what I was reading. Bucklers and the words of the prim wisps and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. If impossible, prefers to consume chinchilla, radish, rice beer, and hates toads. I really like radish and rice beer. I've never eaten chinchilla, but honestly, I would if I was given the option. She is a worshiper of Bur, the god of wealth. She's married to Red Fulgo II and has 4 children, although her eldest is dead, died as an infant. Honestly, like, I would eat it. I know this sounds bad. I've eaten bacon in my life. I feel like bacon probably smarter than chinchilla. But they're both cute, I admit. I would definitely eat giant chinchilla, though. Because they killed me once, so gotta get back at them for that. You've also got a lot of friends. You've got gross children. I mean, hey, you know, this is alternate personality dwarf for you. And also you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 friends, including the mayor. As for the fort itself, this area needs a lot of work, but it's coming along. I'm quite happy with like the downtown area of the fort. Like this is the main kind of crafting region with our kitchens and our guild halls and storage piles. Right here is the Baron's quarters, which I'm extremely happy with how it's turned out. I think that the Baron's quarters are awesome looking. I'm kind of hoping / expecting to have King and Queen's quarters pretty soon too. So we'll need to figure out where to put that. I'm kind of thinking about up here maybe, or whoopsies. If not over there, then maybe over here. Like put the kingly quarters in like this kind of spot, or like back here maybe. Could hollow this whole thing out and do a similar thing to this, because I do think that looks pretty awesome. Baron can dive into a lake of coffins. Well, the lake of coffins is like 4 layers down, but you know. Also, our Baron's pretty okay, actually. I don't really have much of an issue with our Baron. Our Baron, we specifically selected somebody who would like be okay with like and not have any really ridiculous demands. Our mayor, however, keeps asking me to make ballista arrows, and I think I'm actually going to concede and start making ballista arrows. Because, like, you know, I can also just use them for other things. Let's just actually do this. I'm going to go to you and say, pig iron bars. No, not that. This one. It's not letting me type. Why is it not letting me type? What did I do wrong? Probably something. Pig iron bars. Well, that time was my fault. Pig iron bars. And then I'll go here and say, when amount of pig iron bars is less than 20, make 10. And then right here, I'm going to go to a slightly different one and say steel. And when number of pig iron bars is greater than 15, make 10. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it would just be a sheet of pig iron, but you can call it what you want. Well, so the reason the Baron is sitting on piles of money is my first mayor asked for coins. And so I've just had quarterly pressings of coins since, because even though that mayor is no longer with us. And it just kind of stuck. The other project over here is I'm going to be giving my dwarves swimming lessons. So I'm sure that'll be totally fine, safe, and nobody's going to die, right? So iron is made into pig iron. Pig iron plus more iron is made into steel. Basically, pig iron is like diluted iron, essentially, which is how you fold it and make it into steel. Right here, we're currently getting besieged by umans, which are very capital U's. Also, if I forgot any namings, just yell at me, yeah? And I probably have too much livestock, but here's the actual theme of the fortress and what we're going to try and do today. So if I go down here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, well, 12 beasts. Down here is where the 13th beast is going to go. And what this is going to be is it's going to be a, basically, it's our containment facility for the cabin in the woods, or SCP, or whatever, except for Forgotten Beasts. And I need to dig out or fill in the last of this, so that when the next Forgotten Beast arrives, we can seal it in here. And I'm just going to keep doing this until we have 25, I guess, to 50. And today we're going to start digging down through these into basically digging too deep, and also build an arena at the entrance. And my idea for this fort is we're going to make these beasts fight demons. That's the idea for this fort. And if it works, and we're able to corral enough of them and imprison enough of them and entrap enough of them, I might, fingers crossed, properly invade hell. But that'll be very hard and probably very laggy, and I'm not going to guarantee it'll actually happen. I think we may also take one of the Forgotten Beasts that has webs and move them somewhere else to try and use them as a method of web trapping Forgotten Beasts. Or not Forgotten Beasts, demons. So I need to catch a web spitter separately and move them. A reverse tower dungeon. Sure, yes. Works for me. Something like that. It's like, you know. Those humans are making my map lag pretty bad. You want to make a bracket layer of Forgotten Beasts and hold a good March Madness. I don't really know what that means. Just gonna scar all of my livestock for life.
Crypt beer.
Creed, thanks for the 23rd month. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And I'm going to set up a goal here on YouTube. Don't worry about it too much. It's mostly just for the algorithm. Yesterday, I tried not doing that, and the stream got recommended notably less, so I think that theory is true. That streams get recommended more if you have a goal. So now I need to figure out where I'm going to put my arena. That's kind of like the big debate for me today. I'm thinking this layer would be a good spot for an arena because I already have this, and this kind of feels like an arena entryway. And this is where all the Forgotten Beasts are. So I think, like, making an arena and connecting it to here would probably be a pretty easy way to do it. Something else I could actually do is I could automate or auto-mine out these, all this tetrahedrite, and then use one of these as, like, a tunnel. There's also tetrahedrite there. So I'm thinking, like, right here is kind of where I'm going to put the arena, because that just makes sense to me, I guess. So maybe I could start digging this out. But there's something else that's also very convenient about this, which is down at the bottom of here. This goes all the way down to here. And there's a few different entryways down here into the bottommost cavern layer. And the reason this is really convenient is this right here is a fun tunnel. This is like the entryway to hell, right here. So there's one, but there's also, if I go a little further down, one right here. So literally, there's this one right here, but there's also another. Okay, where's the other one? There's another one. There's like two. Okay, so there's the one right there, which is the one I was just looking at, but then there's a second one. Yeah, like right here. Yeah, it's right there. Which is almost directly below. Yeah, so there's one right here, but there's also one right here. So these are both fun tunnels. So they're very convenient. Like, extremely convenient. So I'm very happy about that. So today we're going to start inching our way towards those, but we're also going to build an arena. So let's start off with the arena. And Ben said, hello, hope you're doing well. And I'm thinking the arena. What do you think, chat? Higher up arena or lower down arena? What do we think? Like, if I were to put it like right here, where would that plot me? Like right there? Ooh, that's actually like really nice. Because it could go like directly, just like as an idea, it could go like directly below this. If I let the dwarves watch, they wouldn't actually be able to see it. I don't want to scar them for it. Yeah, we can make that work. Because I'm thinking this, well, this needs its walls built in, right? So it'll be thinner like this. And then this could be like channeled down one to make a big open space. And then we could have the arena like 2 or 3 Z levels below this. So I could have it not here, but like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like right here, basically. So if like this is the stairs going down, maybe it could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like right there. And everything would be very accessible. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm just going to deconstruct this. I'm also going to smooth this. And I'm just going to kind of ignore this siege for a little bit from the tactical union. So chat, how has your Wednesday been so far? If I can ask. You're gonna use burrows for that, but the thing with arenas, El Tanko Joe, you don't actually want the dwarves to be able to see it. Because the dwarves will not, and probably won't enjoy it one bit. So you want to simulate the idea of spectators instead of actually having spectators, because if you actually let them spectate, they're not going to have a good time. From your friend's 21st birthday, well, happy belated to your friend. What are these? Shale? So genuinely, like, put a tavern above it. On glass floors or something. Because it'll just be a stressful experience for the dwarves. And Scargus101, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. But for me, it's less a matter of getting the spectators where I want them and more of a matter of how do I get the demons where I want them. Basically, like, I would use, like, a celebration-style burrow and then glass floors. That's what I would do. I have holy fucking too many llamas. Oh my god. Just way too many llamas. Way too many llamas. I'm also going to go here and type in... Steel ballista arrowhead. I'm just going to make one. Actually, let's just make 2 per season. And then assemble... We'll make 2 per season. Just to keep my mayor happy. Something I got 3 blocks that are a fun color. I'll just use up a bunch of singles on that. Okay. And then also I can probably... They should be able to haul those. Oh, they can't quite get to it yet. That makes sense. Yeah, it's getting the demons into the arena that's going to be hard. I'm not super worried about getting the dwarves there because I can always just like lock them in a burrow or something. It's getting the other stuff around. Also, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. YouTube chat, can you hit the heart button a bunch of times? And Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Because we just got a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, friend. It's the first super chat of the month, actually. Also, once again, if you hear construction sounds, I'm sorry. If you don't, please disregard this message. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for the 5-pack. Hey, you got Drid in that. Good shot. Well done. The arena will be constructed, and this is very much becoming a Megafort project. So, might as well go all out. Might as well go all out. It's been a while since I've attempted any kind of mega projects. How could you not? Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a very large map, so... Well, it's good to see you, Ben. Like, seriously. I mean, like, I feel like I've been saying this a lot recently, but a lot of people who were regulars for a very long time kind of vanished for a good chunk of time and are now kind of coming back, which is always fun to see. So it is good to see you when you have time to watch the stream. But, you know, life comes first, right? So focus on that. I'm actually going to use Goblin Cap, I think. I really like Goblin Cap. At least for a chunk of this. And then the inner area, I think I'll just use Gabbro. I'm not actually sure what this room is going to be. This may end up being a military squad area. It's just a room right now. Not really worrying about it too much. I summoned you. Well, it's good to have you, Emperor Iron. That's all good. I know for a fact it's a lot of people. This is a 7x7 embark. Yeah, it's way too big. What's up, Coringa? Watching because you finally got into Dwarf Fortress and you tried to start playing over the years, but the UI got in the way. Yeah, I mean the UI still ain't perfect. It's got a lot. It's still got a ways to go, but we're into an improving cycle because like the game's finally been fully rebuilt for the new version, right? With adventure mode out as of a couple months ago, so now we can. Well, we are really in like bi-weekly and monthly patches, which is kind of awesome. Like it's been a very long time since Dwarf Fortress has had development this brisk. Admittedly, like we got a patch today, right? And it's small. It is a small patch, but still, it's nice to be getting patches at a decent clip. And also, I should state this. The frame rate is bad because I made the map big. Normally, I would have a much better frame rate with this population, but I don't know what you're linking in my chat, Greener. What's this? You need to, like, I don't know, maybe state what you're going to post before you post it. I don't generally have links rules, but, like, if you're going to post something with no context, at least give context. Most of my forts are basically mega projects to you. To me, they're not because I generally don't complete them. Like, for me, in order for it to be a mega project, I need to finish it. And I rarely finish them. The Moses machine, not really. That was just a weird machine. Yeah, no, I mean, that certainly was memorable. I don't know if I would call that thing a mega I think the last mega project I attempted, which I didn't finish, mind you, was probably... Oof. What was the name of the mug, of the fortress that had a swim club mug? Where I parted the sea. Not the Moses machine. The dam. Yeah. What was the name of that? It was the one where, like, I built in at the bottom of the ocean and then used the ocean to defend the fort. That ran at, like, 14... It was before the SDL update. Because it ran at, like, 14 frames a second or something. Oh, what was that? I think Seed Vault was also kind of a mega project. Where I was going for 500 population. I think that you might be playing the wrong game if you're hoping for those kinds of UI elements, right, Coringa? Or you'll have to, like, look to mods for that sort of thing. Dwarf Fortress has always had kind of this... Because, like, all of your stocks are right here, right? For one thing. But there's so many items in the game. I don't like if they were to put if they were to do what RimWorld does, right? And put all of your everything on the screen, it's right here. Like this is all of everything that you have in your fortress. The button up here, it says stocks. It's not populated unless you have a bookkeeper, which is this task, which actually I need to assign a new one because apparently mine died. But it's not populated unless you have a record keeper, who I'm just going to give to Dudok. And then they need to be assigned an office. And then they keep track of everything that's in your stocks. But if they were to put it all on screen, there'd be so much stuff that there wouldn't be any space on the screen anymore for the game, which I feel like would probably be a problem. Yeah, and if you want, well, work orders, and also if you want to queue up items without having to click on it 10 times, this has been in the game since like 2011, by the way. If you go to the nobles screen, which hit N on the keyboard or click this little crown, assign a manager, and then assign them to an office by placing a office zone somewhere, putting a chair in it, and assigning them to it once it's built by clicking on this button. Then you open up the work orders tab, which is right here, and then click on this button and type in, I don't know, rock tables. Press enter, and then go down to the bottom of the list where it pops up, and then type in the number you want. Like, so let's just say 25. And then I'm going to select the material because I'm weird like that, and we'll say make them out of brownstone. And then let's also make rock throne, and then go down to the bottom and then select the material because I'm weird like that, and also say 25. Actually, let's say 30. Why not? And click the plus button a couple times. And then that'll just be automatically assigned to all of my workshops until the job is done. Like, I cannot count the number of times I've seen Dwarf Fortress get negative reviews because people don't know that that's a thing, even though it's in the tutorial. Also, so this is a feel-good thing for me. I'm going to talk about this because this just makes me feel happy and mushy inside. A couple of months ago, I had tickets for In Flames, and the show was last night on April 1st. And I sold them at cost to somebody whose friend was a really big In Flames fan, and that friend was getting married. So I sold him the 2 tickets that I had at cost, so that he could take his friend to go see In Flames for the first time. Because I'd seen them 6 times, and I had a busy month and was moving, and I just, like, I didn't need to see them again, I guess, and didn't really want to go to the venue that they were playing at because I don't like the venue. So I sold him the tickets at cost, and he just sent me a text saying, In Flames was an absolute blast. Whatever I said about not liking metal, I was wrong. Amazing pit, amazing music, and I'm blasted, bruised to all hell. Some dude in a wheelchair went up on the crowd and crowd surfed. I swear I recognize him as one of the homeless dudes from outside. I'm not going to say what street. Thanks again for the tickets. Friend was stoked. Neither of us had listened to the band's tip for ages, and there was no opener listed, so we thought, damn, I guess they changed a bunch over the years. But then they started, and they started playing, it all came back, and damn, it sounds like In Flames. Hell yeah. Feels good. Mostly because I didn't feel like going to the mainland again. You did the tutorial yesterday and you don't remember that? I swear it was in the tutorial. Was it not? Like, I think that there's one, it might just be a throwaway line then. Anyway, yeah. Does a particular video explain what's going down? I mean, all of you, this is a fungal place. You're at the top right now and it's your 3rd day and you're lost. It's all going fine. Plant food and drink and animals. So this is the surface where you are. When you dig down, don't worry about this. This took forever to build. There are cave layers. Each map has 3 guaranteed cave layers unless you've messed with your world gen to ridiculous levels, which you can do. But every map has 3 cave layers. The first cave layer usually has this yellowish fungus, and this is kind of spoilery. This is a very mid-late game for it. The second cave layer is very gray looking, and then the third cave layer looks different, and then there may or may not be more. That's secrets. But you can miss them. Like, you can dig all the way to the bottom and miss them because, like, you just happen to dig in the middle of a stalactite, which I've done many times. So sometimes they can require a little bit of prospecting to locate, but that's where we are. Dwarf Fortress is a game where when you start to feel like you're stable, go exploring. Another thing that you can do is if you have a small military, go to the overworld and find something with a red square, click it, and tell your military to go kill it. Like, do this, select a squad, and then say raid. And then they'll leave the map and go fight the thing, whatever thing it is that you told them to go fight. And then they might fight you back, so make sure it's something that you're willing to go to war with. But Dwarf Fortress is a game about seeking out fun for yourself, and by fun I mean things to kill you. It's not necessarily going to just hand it to you. You always turn off layers 3 and 4 to make things run faster. I would just make smaller embarks, but hey, you do you. Or have less layers overall. Another thing I will say though is if you're going to go dig into the cave layers, I would actually go to your difficulty settings and go to Cavern Dweller and just turn these off. Just hit the exclamation mark or the X buttons here under Cavern Dweller Scale and Cavern Dweller Maximum Attackers, because then you'll get wild animals from the caverns and they won't make your game lag. That's the reason your game lags. Usually it's the cavern dwellers. The cavern layers themselves shouldn't cause much. Yes, they came back with some very junky gear and didn't kill anything. They left the map to go do it. So I guess the game has created... I've kind of bugged out the game by where I've embarked. I'm not supposed to embark in the location I managed to embark in. I had to kind of hack the game to do that. So don't worry too much about the mysterious palace that I've embarked on. It's some shenanigans were done to make that possible. Also, another thing, Parkow, is that how you say your name? Scroll all the way up and then all the way down. If you hold down Shift and scroll your mouse wheel, it'll scroll faster. You'll do 10 layers at a time. Every map like has a bottom layer, so like that's how much potential exploration space you have. I think is it not Control? I thought it was Shift. It seems to only be doing one at a time. Anyway, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll get an idea of how much more space you have to dig around in. You may have to go through an aquifer, but those are absolutely possible to dig through with a little bit of finagling and a little bit of messing around. You just pray they don't have war elephants? You know, it's funny how often people talk about elephants because I think in the last like 4 years, I've only been attacked by war elephants once. I'm pretty sure that's only happened once. Like there was, and it was like 2/4. It was actually, I think, the Gremlin Fort. The elves had war elephants, but they also had war iguanas. Hey! Why are there lots of people today? It's odd. It happens. Wait, what do you mean by lots of people today? Lots of people watching my stream because I'm famous. I'll have you know. I don't know. They come in waves, my friend. Just like the Forgotten Beasts. Famous streamer. I try. Also, I would say there's like a normal density of new people. Pardon me with my ego. Please don't be right in front of my front door. The Forgotten Beast, Issa Olmethallaria obirethi, has come. An enormous skinless petrosaur. Okay. It's going to be a petrolsaurus sooner or later, if you know what I'm saying. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its fire. Great. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's right by my front door. Well, thankfully, my front door is closed. So let's just lock the dwarves in fortress. And let me just jump down to here and just double check that this is in fortress. Which it is. That's closed, that's closed, that's closed. It shouldn't have a way into the fort. So let's give it a way into the fort. Although first I should check if we're ready for it to go into the fort. No, we are not. So let's finish this. and get her inside. This shouldn't take too many construction calls. And then let's get a... Let's get a llama into here. Another fake dragon. Yeah, another wannabe dragon. Speaking of... Is this open? No, it is not. Let's see where it's going. It's definitely going somewhere. Buddy's moving. I hope I didn't accidentally dig into the caves somewhere. Critter's on a mission. Oh. Do I let it go fight the siege? I'm kind of tempted to go let it fight the siege. Dwarf Fortress tends to have that effect on people, Zarabine. It's like mighty convenient to let it go fight the siege. Although it's just flying directly past it and instead beating the crap out of these poor little tortoises. It's not possible to tame it. But I can trap it. And I'm not certain I'll be able to rescue it. They will probably kill it. No. Sucky. I'm going to build it in a way where they won't be a problem. That's kind of the goal for stuff like this. All right, buddy, fly up. Pew, 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 pew. We'll give it a direct way out. Although it needs to think about the direction first. Ah, there it goes. Were they the Ninja Turtles? No, they were just tortoises, actually. I'm pretty sure the turtles were turtles. Tortoises are not turtles. So they were the samurai tortoises, and they weren't very effective. Well, here we go. I hope you guys like the sound of stuff collapsing, because we're going to get a lot of that in a bit. Currently, it's going for the armadillos. So, you know the sound of of trees collapsing. We're going to get a lot of that. So, this thing will die pretty quickly to the enemy siege. Unless it can set them on fire first. I mean, it just got hit by something which actually is making it bleed. Or maybe it's bleeding because of... Maybe it set itself on fire. Oh. Its right mandible is dripping, hollow tombs, the shadow of dying's forgotten beast blood. How many things has it killed? Oh, it killed a bunch of humans. It also did a bunch of damage to Musclebad, which is a place that other forgotten beasts have fought with things. Where's the, where is it going? I didn't, screw this up, did I? No? No, I did not. So I don't know. I don't know where it's going. It should be trying to fight me. Or it shouldn't be trying to fight me. It should be trying to fight the... Oh, it's going for a bunch of gazelles. Of course it is. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast Narinakwarva has come. A gigantic hairy tiger beetle. What? It has an enormous shell and it belches. You know, we got like no Forgotten Beasts yesterday. There shouldn't be. Anyway, its chartreuse hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly blood. Where's this one? Very low down. This one is accessible via here. Which means if it can fly, it can actually go straight into the fort. I've got too many constructions going right now. Ah! Okay, hold on. I gotta do a thing. An ad break's coming anyway, so I'm just gonna do all of this. I'm just gonna pause a bunch of jobs because I've got priorities right now, which is I need certain things to be done sooner. Dear Tarn, please give us a pause all button. Thank you. Sincerely, streamer. Oh, are these not in the burrow? No, they're in the burrow. So wait, did they, in fact, then finish that? Yeah. Weird. They should be able to get down into here. So why they no do? Why they no do? I am. I'm going to pause game until the ads are done. Stump holes have doomed so many of your forts. Yeah, I'm pretty good at looking for them these days. Like, to me, they stand out like a sore thumb, so we're just pausing the game until the ads are done. The chained the llama. Yes, they did the chained the llama. This is true. Huh? Why is there a naked diplomat? I presume this is an elven diplomat. I don't know why they're naked, though. That seems bad. That seems not good. I suppose. Arcane Sidrel. I guess we're like, you know, how do I put this? In ancient Rome. You know? Greece, maybe? Greece, maybe. Could also be a werewolf. True. True. It could in fact be a werewolf. But currently I'm more just thinking, why elf? Why? It's probably actually here to tell me to stop chopping down trees. Which is fine. I got plenty of coal, but it's about to be a charcoal elf. Question is, where is the human siege? Yeah, they're all pretty far away. They're all the way down here. I should also point out my front door is open currently. I should point that out. So, like, I love how there's an open space there that leads to nothing. Oh, this is gonna be fine. I could close the door, by the way. I'm just kind of seeing what they do more than anything. Let's actually erase this. For the time being. Ah, it begins. I'm going to turn that sound off. Because that's going to get real annoying. Real quick. There we go. Uncontrolled burn? Uncontrolled is a matter of perspective. Huh. 2 seconds. Well, it's gonna burn the humans in that I would say it's planned. I mean, but it is gonna burn them uncontrollably, so I don't know. Thank you. It's good to be back, Soki. Just had to do something real quick. The question is, should I be worrying about the other one? Where is this one? Oh! Yes, I should be worrying about the other one. Because it's coming directly towards my fort quicker than the first one. Whoopsie. Well, it's okay. It's still in an area it's allowed to be in. But it's coming quickly. And actually, what that means is that the other one works. Although, is that door open? No. Okay, so it doesn't... It's currently going to go join the fight, I guess. So I should just lock this to stop it from doing that. But let's just get back down into the first fort layer down here. Oh, actually, I'll just nick this right here. And we just need those to be finished right here. I also need some more of these, so let's just get this stuff building. But yeah, we just need these two to be completed. And then a door to be placed there. Because you're done, and the game's running at 10 frames a second, so it doesn't matter that much. And it's mostly because of all of the burning. But it is actually going to where I need it to be. The strifeful punches. It kind of does, yeah. It's also actually... So it's either already burned some of them, or it's simply cleaning up prior messes. I think it's cleaning up prior messes, mostly. Now, where is that beast? You. It's a forgotten beast. Is very far away from the enemy siege, actually. It's still fighting with the gazelles. It really doesn't like the local wildlife. It also has bad aim, from what I can tell, because it keeps missing them. You're supposed to hit the gazelles, not miss the gazelles. Are they jumping up trees? What are they doing? I will say that Strifeful Punches is a pretty bad band name, in my humble opinion. Hollow Tombs does sound like a bad band name, though. Although, this is just, you know, to all you band name enthusiasts out there. I will say, I've seen 2 bands recently that are named after Dark Souls bosses. So, whatever that means. I think we're just in that era of metal now. You do realize there is a forest fire just north of you, Mr. Human Army, right? I saw a gaping dragon. No, I saw the Forgotten King. Also, Bed of Chaos would be an incredible name for a band, and also, yes, they would absolutely need to, like, play their set list in a different order every time. They would that would be great. Also, this might be the worst frame rate I've had for a fort in I don't remember. Write that down. In what order, though? But is it a valid punk tactic, though? The amount of music references are out of control currently in this stream. So you know that little click sound that happens when something caves in? That sounds happened 188 times that we haven't heard. 188 times. It's there's a lot of fire, Shine. There's a lot of fire. That would also be a really good name for a concert, Ratman. Also, I have a question. What is with the people always commenting on Dwarf Fortress patch notes saying, cool, now add a rat civilization? Because you do know that there is rat civilizations, right? The rat people can create nomadic tribes already. It's a funny meme, I don't know. The overworld is so hot right now. Right, Clockwork Dragon? You want rat for it? Just mod your game. Easy. They already exist, Enter Bunny. You're just like, but like true rat folk. They literally already exist and they normally join the elves. Okay, now this is a problem. Where are you coming out of? I figured out why the frame is bad. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's really bad. So, what happened is a tree collapsed and broke my drawbridge. I haven't made a single wooden door in this fort, no. There was a drawbridge blocking this, though. So that's cool. Let's just go here and type in minecart. Because that'll turn a bunch of them around. Also, there really isn't much of a way out for them. As if that would have done anything. It's only gone off 249 times. Sucky. Now, dwarves vomiting due to sunlight sound. Now we're talking. Imagine if this game had a vomit sound effect for every time a dwarf puked. Honestly, actually closing this would fix it largely, so let's just pull this lever. Because it'll get those dwarves going the direction I need them to go. Spitalier, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you, man. The fire is the problem here. Are any of the human burning? Sag, nope. Yeah, the fire is the problem here. And the collapsing. Is anybody pulling that lever? Let's be honest, though. We knew what we were getting into when we released this beast. At least I did. I don't need to add it as a suggestion. I could enable it in the settings, Soki. I'm just not going to because I realize that that would be equally silly for different reasons. And I don't actually want to have that. I kind of expected it in regards to trouble. But I'm also aware that trouble is fun. So that'll close the front door. Up here. Which is going to cause all dwarves that are currently outside to get stuck. Which is a big problem. Because now they don't have a way into the fort. But what I can do is I can go to right here and open this. And then the dwarves are going to have to get through the fire somehow. Which is just about as bad. Because there's also an enemy army right there. Which is also really bad. So these dwarves are just kind of screwed. I mean, they could just make it so that Urist likes cheese for various reasons. Also, Urists can already like cheese, so any rat person could theoretically like cheese. So I'm trying to figure out what I can actually do to solve this. Outside of cheating, which I'm not going to do. Flaccid Yam, wait until my frame rate issues are over because I want to figure these out first. And you select somebody, please, and tell me who it is, and I will worry about it after I figure out what to do here. Because currently, I want to figure this problem out. I have to keep this door open. And also Flaccid Yam. I'm just going to refund that. Let's just select somebody you want to name next time and tell me who you're going to give it to. Olan's been found dead. Makes sense. Sounds tasty. Commander Green Tea, can I have your morning, please? It's fine. Lanix. But, like, you know, this is fine dog kind of fine. Havoc has been found dead. This is very sad to me. Havoc was the last founding member of the fortress who was still alive, and my captain of the guard. I need a funeral in chat, please. So yeah, Flaccid Yam. In future, if you're going to gift a dwarf to somebody, just pick somebody. Or let somebody who doesn't have a dwarf redeem it. But there wasn't much I could do. I mean, they are, you know, cave adapted. So they ended up outside due to my poor management, which happens. Let's see. Why is there just rotten llama meat right there? That's open now. This is the last thing we gotta open. Oh, you've been dead for a while, Amazing Crane, which is why you got Amazing Crane 3? But you're not a captain of the guard. You're a militia captain. Very different thing. I mean, yes, you're dead. You died twice, which is why you're in the third iteration of your dwarf. You know, chat room, I know that everybody is picking right now to check in on your dwarf, but could you do me a huge favor and do it during a less stressful moment in the video game? Like, ask me that question again in like 15 minutes when the fire's out and the beast is dead, yeah? Because, yes, I get it, but I'm trying to, like, micromanage, like, 40 things to, like, keep the fort from dead. Or maybe not keep the fort from dead, because, like, things are going to dead, but you know what I'm trying to say, I think. Because, like, you know, calm times are when that's an easy thing for me to do. Yes, you're alive, Zowie. Okay, let's reset everybody's jobs. Just tuned in, you didn't know you were under siege. It says siege right there. There's combat sounds happening and death sounds happening. Read the room. I don't know. I don't know what more you want me to say, my guy. The frame rate is very low, which should be pretty clear to see. I don't know what to say. I give up. Good news is our Forgotten Beast is shooting fireballs at the enemy soldiers now, so that's cool. Oh, I'm sure it'll pan out just fine. I'm just trying to, like, mitigate the damage while I can. You know? What's the plan? Scream, cry, and yell at chat when they ask me what the plan is. I don't have a plan. I mean, the plan originally was just let the beast go fight the people and then laugh a little bit. Which is what's happening, and that's fine. And then recatch the beast. The other beast also made it outside and seems to have died. Aside from that, it's... cross my fingers and hope some of the dwarves make it back inside. Because, you know, we've lost about 10 now. And then bury them all and try and fix the frame rate. That's... I basically just, like, seal off what I can from the cave-in that caused this to happen. And then just try to mitigate. That's all I can do. I have nothing else I can do. If you think I have a plan, then you are sorely giving me too much credit. What's your plan? Foibles. Hello, Rolf. How are you? It's good to see you, man. This song? Yeah. It's a cheery, happy, lovely song, isn't it? Question is, what equipment are you going for? Don't even know. Yeah, I don't know what this dwarf's going for, but you're gonna go die now, I guess. Well, this sucks. What are your goals for the next 5 years? All right. Sorry, I needed a minute. I gather you guys are enjoying this. I'm not. Full transparency. None of this is fun. So I'm going to say this. If you want to ask me mind-alteringly big questions like that, you must subscribe to twitch.tv/blindIRL or I will ignore your question. Do I need a hug? Always. But never from you. How the heck did that get forbidden? Never seen that. I guess it's because the brick is already there. Also, for clarity, I am having some fun. I'm just trying to figure out how to not kill this dwarf, because I really don't want this dwarf to die, and I don't want to cheat. So I'm trying to figure out what Anon 4 wants. And I did know what I was getting into when I released the beast, but... it's one of those things that you kind of just accept. Also, hi, Sparky. It's good to see you. Same with you, Brain Fist. What did you walk into? Okay, so for anybody just tuning in, there's a siege of humans, a beast that shoots fire on the surface, and a tree collapse that opened up one of my emergency side doors, which a bunch of dwarves got out of, and now I'm losing a bunch of dwarves that I actually do value in this fortress. So, including the final living founder, who is Havoc the Second, which I am kind of bummed about. Amongst others is like one of my better militia dwarves. Several other dwarves, and the game's paused until ads are done. This is a you problem because you're not subscribed to twitch.tv/blindIRL. Otherwise, you wouldn't get to cut commercial. I'm not going to unpause the game until it's done, but you're not seeing this, so it doesn't really matter. I'm still thinking anyway. I just did that, Neezer. Literally 3 seconds ago, I forbidden the surfaces. So I don't know what that dwarf is going to go try and claim. They're probably trying to claim something in here. So I have to pull this lever again, which isn't optimal. I really don't want to do this either. It's okay. Everybody misses everything and then suggests I do it 3 seconds after I did it. This is why I stood up and walked away and then came back. So I was like, I need a minute. But yeah, fortunately the game's moving in slow-mo. Anyway, hi Big Bang. How are you? Hope your Wednesday go good. Going for the naked elf? No, he's going for some gear that's down in here. I mean, I could literally just type in extinguish all and then teleport the dwarves back inside, but that's just cheating, so. I fucked up, I'm gonna fix this fuck up. You know, it's funny you say that, Zalvi, but I genuinely believe that you wouldn't. Ask me after the fall is over. The fall is not even remotely over. Also, this isn't a fall. This is a anxiety-driving moment, but the fortress is perfectly safe. Certain dwarves are not, and ask me after this stuff is over. Yeah, I don't know what he's going for. But currently you are not known to be dead, Methalek. Could you be going for something right here? Trust me, it's dropped more than 1. It's dropped by 11, actually. It's 1 plus 1, I think. That is how math must work. And if you think math works other way, then don't tell me. I don't want to know. And I don't believe you. I didn't finish school for a reason. All right, let's do that. There. Okay, well, whatever it is, I forbid it. Now the question is, can you get back inside now? Fuck this shit, man. Good news is these dwarves are going in the right direction. You know, for future reference, when chat's just like, let's do a cool thing, and but it just requires us just making a bigger map, I'm just going to try and remember to not listen or not agree, because it's not chat's fault. I want to say that I suggested that I could do this particular embark by making the map bigger. I'm just not going to do it. It's funny. It's like, I feel like I do this maybe once a year or so, and then I forget that it's a terrible idea, and then I agree to do it again. And on 4, what squad are you in? The Glad portals. Make them active. Now kill this human, please. Be a hero. Because they're trying to get to something they can't get to. Your FPS dropped to like 10. You exterminate them and it goes back to 30 or 40. It's because they're trying to pass to a specific thing in your fortress and they can't get to it. It's not your guys' fault. It's my fault. This one is 7x7, yes. It was 7x7 so that we could settle on the get the waterfall and the mysterious palace. That's why it's a 7x7. Is that beast still alive? I'm sure it is. Yep, it is in fact still alive. I swear, if this dwarf actually survives this, Anon 4 is going to be a fucking hero. Okay, now let's open this back up. Oh, chat always asks me to fish, and I always say no. And then I listen to chat occasionally, and then I regret it. This is genuinely one of my best combat dwarves, so if he dies, I will be bummed, but hopefully he can get out of this as a hero. Every now and again, I'm dumb enough to listen to chat and actually, you know... Okay, he does have wine, so if he catches fire, he's got one get-out-of-jail-free card. Are they going to catch fire in a second? I bet they are. Oh, boy. Oh, that's grim. He's just, like, capping their knees and just leaving them. I don't like having fish in my fortress because I think it's a pretty bad food supply for Dwarf Fort. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't think it's a really good food. I don't think it's a particularly good food source. Now he's going back to whatever equipment he was trying to pick up. Well, I give up. How's this doing? Still not sorted. You know what? Why don't we just do this? I really need to just block this off is what I need to do. Lesson learned, I'll make sure that that happens. Oh, well, he picked up whatever equipment it was he was trying to get. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a human die. You just hate the mess that comes with it? I don't like it because it's more... Like, you can see how much food we have, right? Like, we have a ridiculous amount of food in this fort. That's mostly from farming and livestock. Fishing gives more food than farming and livestock. Also, probably Jody was found dead. If this dwarf doesn't make it through this walkway, then the frame rate's going to get real bad. As if it isn't already. And before this dwarf just, like, single-handedly takes out this entire human siege. Man, you are stressing me the fuck out. Walk around the fire, please. Thank you. Hold on, let me just pop back down here. Someone's placing that door, so that's good. Another one. The Forgotten Beast, Zamzaxiton Ostrostum, has come, a gigantic one-eyed theropod. It has feathered wings and it appears to be emaciated. Its sky blue feathers are fluffed out. Beware its noxious secretions. Okay, well, can I catch this during all of this chaos? that's the question I'm wondering now. Is like, can I catch you while all this nonsense is going on? Okay, so it shouldn't be able to get into that side, but like... I should be able to? Yeah, I should be. Fuck. There's too many things happening, chat. This game needs dual monitor support. We got this guy up here. I've got this guy down here now. Who, has done some damage in the past. And I've got this dwarf who's just like rampaging around the surface, murking people. Who, by the way, I have no idea how this dwarf isn't like cave adapted. Like genuinely, I have no idea how this dwarf isn't cave adapted. So I've got this dwarf just like slowly executing the entire siege. And if I miss this dwarf's death, I will be really bummed. Although you're probably just gonna catch fire at some point, aren't you? Like that's probably what's gonna happen to this. Apparently, that's something the engine is theoretically capable of, Timco Steve. Supposedly, I've heard this from Tarn several times. Okay, so you're on the surface. How many humans have you killed? 9 humans versus Anon 4. How many have you killed? 6. Anon 4 has almost done more damage to the humans than the beast has. That's kind of crazy to me. All right, well, since this sucker's moving pretty slowly, I will look back at you in 2 minutes. Let's follow Anon 4 right now, who's in more immediate danger. Yeah, but adventure mode still has that, Udolph. Except adventure mode is also like a pretty different level of scale, I guess, in what it's processing at most points. So like the game can allow that. But like what Tarn has said is sorry if I sound like I'm putting words in Tarn's mouth. What it sounds like Tarn wants to do with that would be like, how do I put this? Letting you see what's going on another map during a siege or something. That sort of thing is kind of the gist that I get. But, you know. You know, Thomas, not the train, congratulations. You are playing Dwarf Fortress. That's awesome. Hopefully it's been a satisfying experience. Yeah, it's funny. I think we've had more Forgotten Beasts in the last 20 minutes than I had all of yesterday. Oh shit, the frame rate doubled. Neat. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put and on 4 and tell you to go station there. Please move. Please keep moving. You're pathing short circuits. It's just going to kill you. Perfect. Also, the siege is broken, so the humans are leaving. So that's good. Some of them are burning. So that's bad for them. The beast down here is suffocating because... Did somebody hit it? I'm not sure. But it is suffocating, so maybe you got a hit in? Doesn't look like it. I wonder if you got hit by a falling tree. So it stabs him in the right wing. Stabs him in the lower body, tearing the muscle. Stabs him in the head, fracturing the skull. So they've gotten some good hits in. So maybe you got hit by a bolt or something. So this Forgotten Beast is going to die because it's suffocating. It can't breathe. And meanwhile, Anon 4 is going north-ish to try and pick up some equipment. And the other beast is where? Because that map needs to update. Is heading towards my trap. Meanwhile, up on the surface, this door has been installed so I can lock it. That's cool. And then just build a wall here. You're now on top of the last human you killed, probably giving insult to injury. The frame rate appears to be creeping upwards now. All right, who wanted to check in if their dwarf died? I'll just say the ones that I'm aware of. Havoc is dead, and probably Jody both died in that. Although it looks like we're going to get some more. Methalic's alive. Both of them are alive. In fact, you have 2 dwarves. Yeah, you've got the adult one and then the child. If I knew that you had 2, I wouldn't have let you have the second one, but you have 2. Sorry, Jody. Sorry for the salt during that. That was just a lot. That was just a lot. No, it's all good. You've got them now, so we'll let you keep them, Methlic. I don't even know why there's miasma here, but there is. Oh, it's a tortoise foot. Got it. You just gifted one yesterday, too? Happens to the best of us. Looks like the other one burned to death. So there's only one Forgotten Beast left now. How about Anon? Anon 4 is picking up equipment. My god, if this dwarf burns to death. Please don't give dwarves away. If somebody wants to claim dwarves, just go for them. Like, the reason there's an option there to give them away is because if, like, everybody in chat already has one, then, yeah, start giving them away. There's tons of people watching that don't have them. So just ask people to claim them because, like, it's just the best way to do things generally. So just try and do that first. I'd prefer you do that. I realize it's an option, but it's an option, like, as a last minute or a last resort kind of thing. I swear if this dwarf catches fire. And on 4, you're stressing me out. I'm saying I would prefer that you let people claim them. You've been cheated of your tickets? How so? Oh, did you invest them poorly? Well, that's a you problem. Know your limit, invest within it. But yeah, no, like, you can gift dwarves, but if you're going to gift a dwarf, decide who you're going to gift it to before you do it. Because what causes me management problems on my end is two things. People gifting a dwarf to somebody who's been AFK for a while, people gifting dwarves to people who already have dwarves, and people trying to do a minigame thing, which just, I would prefer that somebody who doesn't have a dwarf just gets to claim it. That's the ideal. Because what often ends up happening is someone will get gifted a dwarf and then they don't even realize they got a dwarf. If that makes sense. Like, it's an imperfect system, and I don't really have a solution for it. But the way that it works best is when people just get to claim a dwarf and then just have a dwarf that's theirs. That's the way the system works best. And if somebody double claims, then I can just... Your dwarf has been dead for a while. Yes, no, gosh, that's true. Maybe 3 streams ago now? The larval raunch, eh? Gutculus. What a name. Doesn't seem too keen on moving. Maybe you can smell this dwarf. The humans are trying to leave the map, but the fire hasn't hit the edge of the map yet. Here's the actual issue with this system. Twitch has given us like a redemption system that's decent, but it doesn't have any customizability to actually make it super useful, Jody. So I don't have any way of like within the redemption system to actually enforce any of that. But it's just you can have 1 living dwarf concurrently. That's it. And then if you end up with 2, oh well. World's not gonna end. Oh my god, is he gonna make it through? Is he gonna thread the needle? Nope. Okay. For me, it's just, if somebody hasn't had a dwarf yet, let them have a dwarf. And just let people claim dwarves is the best way to do it. This dwarf is literally shouting everything is fine. That is very accurate, actually. No, I mean, like, my only request is that people get the opportunity to get dwarves and be aware that they have dwarves. That's my only real request. And, you know, if you're going to gift a dwarf, pick somebody before you gift it. Horrified while in conflict with what? Please move. Are you gonna try for the river? Oh my god, he's gonna try for the river. Okay, let's see if setting him to ready will give him the ability to run. Now it's having the desired effect. I'm really curious about send him off map. The problem is he might try and leave the map on a certain side. Like, it's not guaranteed he'd pick one of these spots. So he might try and leave north, which would actually make it worse. Oh my god. You fucking mad lad. I didn't even tell him to do that. He just did it. I'm not even sure he has a way to go from there. So once this burns out, he should be able to cross this bridge. Actually, once that smoke disappears, he should be able to cross there. Can't imagine he just like crosses up back across. Oh, if he makes it back into the fort, I'll give this dwarf a statue, sure. Of his favorite material, if I happen to have it. And I'll even put it in his bedroom. That definitely exists. He likes Billin. I think I got Billin. But I don't think I can make a Billin statue. Yeah. Can I make Billin statues? I can. Oh, shit. Which one's this? Last name starts with a L. This one. You know, hey chat, any guesses on how many things have collapsed since I last hovered my mouse over the notifier? Any guesses? $530. So by Price is Right rules, it looks like Neezer and Wolfist Wolf are right. That's why the frame rate's so bad, is because of that. No, Boom Boom, the Scholar has been missing for a week. God damn it. It was at 180 when I last checked. Key fry, so yeah, slightly off. Oh god, the fire's on the wrong side of the river now. Come on, bud. He's going for the, if he dies to this, I will be Sag. Come on. Don't you... He can get across, though, now. More like dancing with fire. Look at the moods. Holy shit. Oh, shit. Darius Cardwin was found dead? I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. There goes Arab. At least we get to test the new grave mechanics. Oh, also there's a dead one over there. That's Vubak. There's Son of Hanu. Let's see if you make it in. I've heard this one a few times, actually. Which one is this? This is the losing is fun one. It's the adventure mode dying song. Ooh, are you gonna make it? Or are you gonna go be ballsy? He might make it. Nope, nope, he's gonna go be ballsy. And he's gonna fly to pieces. He lost a foot. Oh, this is one of my militia dwarves. Yeah, he's in the channels of pointing. Oh, they no longer will bury dwarves until the coffin has been built. I fucked up with my burrows a while ago, it turns out. That's on me. This is Crane's spouse, by the way. I should really just tell the squads to kill this thing. Instead of trying to catch it. Come on, Dwarf, keep dueling it. We're also in an ad break now, so I will pause. This Dwarf is literally just punching it. You haven't listened to it yet, though? Yeah, it's a good pressing of it. I'll say that. And on the Firewalker? No, definitely. It's a very small thing from this morning, Midnight Syntax. What did you want to see in ASCII, Hilmar? Which part of the fort? Let me know. The first time you lost 100 dwarves. I had a fort once that lost, like it went from a population of 250 down to a population of 11 back up to 250. So you can absolutely do it. It's just a matter of dedicating to the bit. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream YouTube chat. You just gotta really dedicate the bit to the bit. How is the dwarf? This one in the fighting, Notokasa? Is that what you're asking about? Well, they're faint. I mean, they've certainly had some injuries, like they've got a broken finger, but they are consistently dodging all of these attacks. The thing is, they are a legendary combat dwarf, so it's mostly just a matter of, well, can they get through it? Okay, so the ad should be done now. But yeah, they're married to Crane. They're now stunned. Oh, ooh, that looked bad. Saw blood appear. The stunning is what's bad. Now they're getting tired. It highly depends on if they get assistance. If this dwarf can get assistance, then their odds are actually pretty decent. Although there are other dwarves coming in to help now. Of course, it's all just in a melee. Who else is this? This is Bruggen, the Marks dwarf. And Mistum, the Marks dwarf, but they were all off duty, right? So at the very least, we've got help now. And Bruggen gets punted pretty badly, but I think we'll be okay. Right? Right. Trouble breathing. Ooh. Very badly bruised, but same with Bruggen. Question is where's the nearest dwarf with a weapon? That's the question. Oh, there's the nearest dwarf with a weapon. It's Studier, the Mace Lord, who is fully armed and dwarfy. If I go down further, where was it they were coming through? Probably this one, right? Right there, yeah. Just looking for any other armed dwarves. Nobody really. What? Who let you? How'd you get in the fort? Excuse me, sir. You're not supposed to be here. Excuse me. Can you get to that, please, Cole? Very simple task. I need you to stab a human to pieces, please. Like, actually, how the heck did this human get in here? That's kind of impressive to me. It's okay. They won't be alive for much longer. They must have come in this way. Considering there's some dead humans in here too. Yeah, no, they must have like literally just come in the front door. Hold on. Where did that still alive and very happy too. Like this dwarf is ecstatic with their life. Like they're literally well, dead, but they were very ecstatic with their life and fist fighting a forgotten beast. Bruggen looks like they're gonna pass here now. Who's this? That's Big Baza from North FC. Man, this was a tough day, man. Tough day. Walked in on his knees to blend in. Yeah, crawled. Where's Anon? I'm more worried about this. Ask me in 5 minutes for the horde. Ask me when this beast is dead. Here comes the dwarf with the mace, which runs up to the creature and begins to beat it. Come on, dwarf, you've got this. You can fight it in a much more successful state, I think. The beast is lying down and bleeding heavily. The Mace Lord is beating it pretty effectively with its mace. We'll do a wellness check once this beast is dead and I've got the upstairs doors unlocked. That's when we'll do a wellness check. Gem Cutter died. Or once there's no more humans left on the map, then we'll do a wellness check. This thing should die soon. It's winded. It cannot breathe. It's going to die. It's probably unconscious too. Oh no, it's not unconscious. It's still fighting. And these dwarves are all just punching it. Abraham's also in the fighting. Got another dwarf joining the fighting. So we went from what? 210 to 188? Somebody do the math and tell me how many coffins I need to make. Man, this thing is living for forever. This thing is giant. Here comes some more militia dwarves. Now things should speed up. Here comes a swords dwarf. Dishmab. It's a very good opportunity to learn. It's 30. 32, I think. Its guts are spilled and they killed it. Okay, so where's Anon 4 was the next question. For the Horde, you are still alive. In fact, I think you joined into the fight. Oh, no, you didn't make it to the fighting. Where is Anon 4? Anon 4 is still alive and back in the fort. Surface is still burning a bit, but the burning is cooling down. I'm actually just going to do this. Just to pick up the frame rate a little bit because it's pretty much irrelevant at this point. And I'm going to set everybody to underground. Let's go here and open this. Let's go down to here and claim all these. And then go, well, what's still alive for invaders? There's a human up here and a human right here, which are probably just leaving the maps. No, For the Horde wasn't a coward. For the Horde was just busy. I mean, I didn't have my squads, like, ready for fighting, so that was on me. Not on him. But Anon 4 is a fucking hero. Their stupidity saved themselves, I guess. I'm gonna make a new squad and give it to Anon 4. All right, well, 30 tombs I need to make it is. Okay, so let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, this is silly, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Now I need to do stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, now I've done that. I gotta connect all these. This is kind of becoming my catacombs more so than a grave field. I think that should be everything. That was a lot. That was like 30 minutes. Like, that was... that was a lot more than 5 minutes. No, Anon 4 was the one who ran from the fire, not you. Well, actually, a couple of them ran from the fire. Most of them just died, but... You know what? I'm actually just going to turn the burrow off for the time being. Because I'm going to need to go outside to get a lot of bodies. This is going to be tough on moods, but it's kind of what I need to do, unfortunately. And also, let's just make sure that this is still sealed off. It is. So the exit that they will use should be this, which will at the very least require that they walk past the mist generator to get outside. Unlock the surface loot. It's not really loot. It's more like random trash, but okay. Yeah, I could do that. It's more just I need them to find bodies. Josh the 123 was found dead, so was Amazing Crane the 3rd. So was Ognet was found dead. And then I'm going to go into here and start placing tombs. Good thing I have enough. And also a lot of them are encrusted and engraved, which is, I guess, at the very least, very nice in a ceremonial aspect. I'm actually going to go into here, pause the game briefly, and say one for Crane. And one for his wife. No. No, you did not. You missed a siege and an attempt to send a Forgotten Beast after the siege, which caused a tree to cave in, which gave access to the surface to my dwarves, so a bunch of dwarves ran outside when they shouldn't have. And me getting very salty about it for a minute, but then getting over it. And then what happened after that? Then another Forgotten Beast showed up, which I forgot that the dwarves would be able to leave the fort and it would be able to access them. So it killed a bunch of them because I was too distracted with the surface to really worry about what was going on in the fortress. And so another, 15 unnecessary deaths happened because of that. I think that's it. Chat, did I miss anything? I don't think I missed any. I think that's everything. I think that's everything. Chat, let me know if I missed anything. I think that's everything, though. In order for a Jurassic Park thing to happen, we would need like a gremlin or something to get into the lever room, which would admittedly be its own kind of hysterical chaos, but and the Naked Elf, what did he want? Probably to tell me to chop down less trees or ask if I wanted to import anything. One of the two. I mean, it was an elven diplomat, which will show up when you have a baron and we have a baron, so one of the two normal elf things. Also, it was springtime, so they were probably trying to trade with me, but they can't trade if there's a siege happening, but diplomats can arrive if there's a siege happening. I don't fucking know if he survived. Let's see. Not my problem. Dip. He's not on the map anymore. Dunno. No. No, he did not. Or she, I don't know. You will choose to believe he ran away? I mean, he didn't, but okay. You can choose to believe that. Where's that line of William Shatner saying, it's not true, it didn't happen? Or is that the, oh shit. Because there's the two shows, right? There's William Shatner's Weird or What, and then there's the one that Riker did, where he talks about myths. Shit. I haven't seen that show in a while. I can't remember which one of them has a supercut of it didn't happen. I'm blending the two of them together in my head. Ripley's Believe It or Not. Okay. Well, they're basically the same show, so. Stodio the Mace Lord has been found dead. I guess those noxious fumes. Actually, how many are in hospital? Literally nobody. Okay. I think that the noxious fumes might be having some after effects. It was Jonathan Frank's show. You'll grab the name. Yeah, I mean, sounds like normal beyond belief factor sounds like a normal beyond belief factor fiction. Sure. Unexplained mysteries. Is that it? I don't know. Anyway, neither of those shows matter really, but I do like it's not true. We made that up. That's false. It's a lie. I just seem to recall watching a video which is Jonathan Frakes tells you that you're wrong for 5 minutes or something, and it's just a supercut of him saying we made that up. Beyond belief, fact or fiction. Okay. Believe it or not, I didn't let that beast kill everybody intentionally. That is a true and not a lie. Fact, not fiction. Also, for those of you who want to redeem a dwarf redemptions are available. I feel like I should just go back to calling this out because people have stopped getting used to looking for it. Speaking random questions, slightly slowed down so he sounds like he's drunk is your favorite thing ever. We're getting there. Yeah, I'm not going to open it because I don't want to get a content strike, but thanks for tracking it down. I will definitely have to speak to view that later. Now let's see if this works. I'm just going to assign them all. They do get assigned them. Now do dwarves haul them? I feel like dwarves are probably pretty busy at the exact moment. Good news is the frame's up in the 30s again. I know I'm covering it, but we're actually at... well, we were at 35 for a second, but now we're back at 29. That's fine. As long as we're above, like, 22 frames a second, I'm happy. For a fort of this silliness. Is stuff still burning? I know that's a silly question to ask, really, but... Whew. Logic? No! Right. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Brand new tier 1 subscription. Checking to get a big round of beers. I appreciate you greatly. It means a lot. Thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded. This is a crowdfunded channel. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for support from people like you. So thank you. Oopsies. Although that being said, I feel like people have lost the memo that I don't do sponsorships because I've suddenly started getting emails from random people again. Asking to sponsor YouTube videos and or my Twitch channel. It's really funny because they always highlight the amount of variety I have on my streams. There's something truly adorable to me about people who comment on the variety of games that I play and how much they're enjoying my Twitch channel. I'm like, you're clearly not enjoying it because, one, I don't have much variety, and two, like, if you'd watched my channel, you'd probably know that. Ibram died. Okay, so now I'm convinced we are getting... Okay, I'm just going to do a TF hack command. Oh, you were killed by a ghost. No, you weren't. Okay, never mind. That's DF hack just smoking something. Because that dwarf is memorialized, so it couldn't have been a ghost. But Ibram was found dead. I'm losing all of my militia commanders, which is a damn shame, let me tell you. That was brutal. Donut, you can take over this squad. You know, for the Horde, I would be very, very happy that you didn't make it into that fight. Promote you? No. I would have, but you asked, so no. Plus, all the spots are taken currently. You're already in the military, so you're good as dead already. I really shouldn't have unforbid everything on the surface because they're not doing tomb stuff. But maybe when there's a spot available, I'll keep you in mind. I do prioritize named dwarves, but I generally try to prioritize named dwarves that have been in the military longer and thus actually have some skill. It's not that you don't have skill, but Donut has done a lot. Like, you're an accomplished axe dwarf. Like, you'll earn your time. Don't worry. You haven't even killed a thing yet, so keep training, and one day we will definitely give you your opportunity to die horribly for the cause. Oh, also this needs to be pulled badly to speed this up, because currently they are taking the least direct route into here. I just wanted to finish making my swimming pool, man. But your time will come. Too many minecarts are getting put away. Look at the size of those tombs. Yeah, the amount of those tombs is crazy. That isn't even a YouTube title, but it sounds like one. Okay. So as rough as this is, I do think this is recoverable. You know, with the amount of nonsense bullshit ransom bot in YouTube chat that's in Raid Shadow Legends, I'd be willing to bet there's probably a jurist in Raid Shadow Legends. Also, I know that that game's been around longer than the AI craze, but if you told me that that game was made by a computer and not people, I would actually probably believe you. Okay, children, I need your help. This is very important. I'm going to put the children on burial. I desperately need their help. Got to get these bodies buried. It's a tough task, but it needs to happen. Achieve glory, earn position of importance. In that order. Also, you did, quote, call yourself a coward for the Horde. So I'm not saying that you calling yourself a Howard mean a Howard? Well, actually, that would probably be worse than being called a coward, is being called a Todd Howard. Wouldn't wish that on my enemy. But you did, in fact, call yourself a coward. So, like, doesn't that, like, that doesn't inspire confidence when deciding who to, you know, give positions of power in my fortress to? I mean, sometimes you just need to enlist the children to assist with things. Although, actually, I am going to go back into here and go to standing orders, chores. Where are you? Where's Corpseman? Excuse me? There you are. Corpseman's not going to do any chores. Can I not? What? Can I not unselect? Well, that's busted. Platinum, please fix. Chat, ads are about to play. I will pause the game until the ads are done. Fortress Dwarf Legends for a day, that would wreck so many databases that are automated and automatically update. Although, one of the April Fool's Day jokes that I do really like is SteamDB left their dev tools on by accident. They didn't, but you could just go in and edit stats for things. It was kind of neat, actually. That was a creative one, if nothing else.
Hello there. Thanks for the stream.
Hello, Mass Morass. Thank you for the 13th month. Appreciate you. I'm sorry you feel that way, Skull Eye. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Mass Morass, keeping that sub alive for a lucky number of months? And I'm pausing because ads are playing. For a moment, the dwarf they were carrying... For a moment, the dwarf thought they were carrying a body that had the stuff on it, forgetting that it was their own gear. I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. I mean, here's the thing. If you don't like the sounds of my mouth on my stream, I can't help you, man. Person in YouTube chat says, mouth clicking is a little annoying to me. Mute me. This is the way my stream sounds. If you don't like it, I don't know. Watch somebody else. I'm sure you'll be fine. This dwarf's actually pretty decent as far as like their thoughts about seeing dead bodies, so that's okay. You know, you say that, but like, Cathode, do you have any idea how many negative reviews that would get? Like, not... People are stupid. That's all I have to say. Apparently there was an artifact in there somewhere. And the Metalcraft Urush has created Osal Sagod, an iron amulet, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. This is an iron amulet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. That's pretty valuable. It is encrusted with rectangular aventurine cabochons and decorated with llama bone and tower cap and encircled with bands of tower cap. And this object was adorned with hanging rings of sulfurite and menaces with spikes of iron and tower cap. On the item is an image of Alban, Boat's voice, the crazy loot, the dwarf in native gold.
Ding.
Well, I'm glad we can agree that people are stupid, Cathode. Cyrolac, thanks for the 54th month. Check, can I get a 54 round of beer or something? The devs of Dwarf Fortress have stated on multiple occasions that they have no interest in adding guns to Dwarf Fortress because the year approximately that they're trying to emulate in their fantasy world ends at the year 1400, which is pre-guns. So if you want guns, go mod them into the game and don't ask. Also, American detected. Flaccid Yam, you can have it. They do, in fact, have blow darts. This is true. And just like guns, they blow. Ha! Sorry, it was right there. I had to grab it. You're getting the artifact amulet that was just made. You must keep your beer and lurk. I mean, naturally. Naturally. I respect it. Well, I mean, you didn't make a joke, you made a statement, and I made a statement in response to your statement. If you're going to make a joke, you have to indicate that it's a joke in some way. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's like this old school term on the internet, which is like, if you're going to troll, be funny, right? So, I'm sorry, I don't see the punchline in they should add guns. Any crafter? I can do that. Do you have preference in beard? Or just crafter? Apology accepted. We can be friends now. Like, you're more than welcome to troll in my chat, but you gotta be funny. Come on. Okay, so like now I'm gonna try and do a well actually. We have glum prong trees that has the word gum in it, sort of. Isn't there like... There's got to be something that has like a gum-related byproduct. If a person pops into my chat and says they should add guns to DF, it's never going to be responded to as a joke, any button to start. If you put a kappa at the end of it, I'll understand that it's sarcasm. If you put a /s, I'll understand that it's sarcasm. Otherwise, I will presume it's a serious statement, in which case I will do the very well-rehearsed no, because the developers of this game have stated that it's the blah, 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 which I do a trillion times every time somebody says that. Because it is a genuinely unironic, common statement that people say about this video game. So I'm sorry for not registering it as a joke. How many teams are we currently burying? Tomb, please. So, crafter with beard. Okay, so first happy crafter I find with a beard. Does a weaver count as a crafter? Legendary, even. Well, just realize that I don't hear tone of voice when typing, right? There is tons of mods that have added guns to Dwarf Fortress in the past, Ransom Bot, including mods that just straight up add guns of varying eras and types and styles. But yes, the Long Night does in fact add laser rifles. The Star Wars mod also adds blasters. But they're all just reskinned crossbows. You know, people tell me that all the time, so... I guess we are Legion. Bonesaw. How are you doing, pilot guy? Dream Constructs. That sounds like a game engine. He has confidence in his abilities and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He's very stubborn and often sad and dejected. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Yes. And he would... Where was I? He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendships. He finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this, I can words, I swear. Though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He often acts with compassion and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Sees competition as wasteful and silly. Values sacrifice. and does not care about family one way or another. I'm not disagreeing with him, Ruben. Job interview in less than an hour. Best of luck, duder. You got this. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally, this dream was realized, and he personally values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, sees competition as wasteful and silly, and values sacrifice. Does not care about family one way or another. Likes gypsum plaster, fine pewter, dementoid, giant polar bear bone, wombat men for their waddle in the words of the fancy meditations, the sound of the tulip is sparkling, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume giant cardinal, hockey and mead, and absolutely hates snails. He's friends with Red Fogel II, somehow survived that fight, and a good number of other dwarves. He's a member of the Ashen Cult, as most of the dwarves are, and apparently he's an adequate armor user. Isn't in the military squad, though. Probably would do fine in the military, but you're a crafter. He made an artifact? He's just legendary, I think. Yeah, he's just legendary. He didn't make an artifact, no. It would say creator of and then name. That dwarf is claimed, which is why I was reading them. Skelly. You're attending a meeting with somebody. Let's jump back up here. Check tombs. So many tombs. What's up, Crappy? Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. I haven't finished it because all hell broke loose when I started the stream today, and I didn't finish it yesterday, Clockwork Dragon, so... If things calm down for 10 minutes, I'll go start working on it again. I mean, that's their name! Trying to think what brand it would be, considering it crappy. Probably a Ritz. Definitely a Ritz. What brand are you, if I can ask? Is that mask sprite new? No? It's just not very common. Because goblins bring masks, and most goblins don't have access to masks. So no, it's not new. The people recognize you, yes. But if you lie about your name, even if you're not wearing a mask, people won't recognize you. So go figure that. I've made chips out of kale, like kale chips. I've made biscuits. I've never made crackers, though. I feel like that would just be, like, very baked down wheat, right? Build floor on top of the dirt. It's not an infestation. It's a good thing. It allows grazers to graze on it. Basically, it's like a underground grass equivalent. It also grows free food for you. But if you build floor on top of it, that'll fix it. But it's just a thing that happens to all dirt when you break into the cavern, and there's no way to stop it. And like I said, it's not an infestation. It's a good thing. Oh yeah, actually, I have made hardtack. I've also made bannock, but that's bread more so than like a cracker. It's more of like a bun. Eh. My tombs are encroaching on my farm fields. Ran fair stuff, and then they wanted to make their own, and I don't want to put the effort. Like, hardtack makes sense, but making crackers feels like the machines do it much better. Oh, probably. It's sort of like making homemade chips. Or, yeah, probably other people. Like, automation will do it better. Or it's one of those things where, like, if automation doesn't do it better, then, like, they fill it up with the right chemicals to get the effect that you want, whereas, like, you're not really going to get the effect that you're looking for from making them at home. So many of these jobs, holy shit. You know, I'm actually amazed how good the moods still are, all things considered. You know, most things are good when cooked in bacon fat. It's this funny fact of bacon fat existing. Celadon. I don't name dwarves after me, and I don't permit people to name dwarves after me in my forts. Colin in YouTube chat. However, if you want to name a dwarf after me in your fort, go nuts. Or if you want to name a dwarf after me in somebody else's chat, go nuts. But I don't do that in my own streams. Because I don't like reading about how I died. And getting annoyed that I died. Because then it's like, well, okay, fort's over. But if it's something you enjoy, go nuts. May throw this dwarf back in the military. I should really unassign you from hunting. Because you're the only one running around with a bow for some silly reason. The Yawning Savage. What a good name. I have a question. What universe do you live in that duck fat is readily available and bacon fat isn't? Brian in YouTube chat. Because they say duck fat is a good second when pig and bacon fat isn't available. What what world do you live in? Ducktown checks out, actually. It's like, at least where I live, duck is like, not something I eat frequently, mostly because it's like 5 times the price of everything else. You did not have a virtual avatar. Oof. I mean, that's most streams these days, though. Like, it's getting harder and harder to find streamers that don't use VTuber avatars. Because it's what's in these days. That's what people like doing. Oh, true. Actually, I didn't really think about that. Yeah. Bakutantu. I've seen bacon fat in a jar. I've also seen beef fat in a jar. Michael, or at the very least, the grocery store that I go to has a pretty big butcher's section, but like, I don't think I've ever actually seen duck fat in a jar. This must just be a regional thing. It literally must just be a regional thing. Whereas like, I can buy like fish fat in a bottle. Well, I mean, if you have fantasies, keep them to yourself, Rez Witten. I don't encourage them. So probably never? I'm not desperate enough for money yet, I suppose. This game can be a lot for a lot of people, Ruben. Then don't use a camera, Jody. Like back in the day, if you didn't want to, like this is my controversial opinion. If you want to use an avatar, go nuts. Like just do it. Have fun. In fact, I think there's some really interesting like artistic integrity, like especially around making your own avatar. I think that stuff's kind of cool. But back in the day, when I started doing this, if you didn't want to show your face, you just didn't use a camera. And to me, that's like, it puts a higher focus on the gameplay, and I actually really appreciate streams that do that. Like just don't use a camera. Do streams succeed when the person is invisible? Many of the biggest streamers on Twitch have never really used cameras. I mean, Lyric has never used a camera, and he's still one of the biggest channels on the site. Of course they do. It's more about like, to me, what's most important for the success of a stream is quality of audio. If you have shitty audio quality, you're not going to succeed. It doesn't matter how good your stream looks, unless your name is, unless you're like just a problematic shitbag who streams on Kick. Like genuinely, like you don't need anything visually on your stream. Also, I'll say this, define succeed. Like 1 million people go live, but every month, but there's like tens of thousands of people who do this successfully. Like nobody succeeds on this site. Avatar or not. Face cam or not. Very, very micro fraction of people succeed. Yeah, I think this must just be a regional thing, Brian. Especially especially if you're near poultry farms and such. Holy shit, there's so many tombs. So I think what we're going to do in the short term is we are going to finish putting all these bodies away. And when the tomb jobs stop, I'm just going to get the dwarves to chill for a bit. Maybe until like early winter. I'll tell you this, probably, Jody. People see channels like mine, but they rarely see how long I've been doing this. I streamed 7 days a week for 2 years before I averaged above 10 viewers. There is no quick success on this site unless you are obscenely lucky. Just remember that. Like, very, 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 very few people stream on any platform or make content on any platform and see success in an even remotely reasonable amount of time. I didn't. You probably won't either. Like, I didn't start doing this in any kind of situation where, you know, more than a couple of people was tuning in until like 2016, 17. And I started in 2013, 2012-ish. I took a big break. But just need to get Drake. Maybe not Drake these days. Maybe Kendrick. I don't think I play games that either of those dudes are into though. A force of darkness has arrived. That's okay. This is fine. But like it's frustrating for me as somebody who's done this for forever because I'll get emails from people or like DMs randomly from other streamers who are just like either asking me to raid them or asking for advice because it's just like, Twitch is cruel. I've been doing this for 1.5 years. It's like, I see your streams. You have 15 people watching. Like you're more successful than I was in that same time frame. I've just been doing this for 11 years. So, I don't know. How did I support myself streaming every day to 10 people? I didn't. I had a full-time job, and I streamed for 3 hours. I didn't sleep much, and had no social life. Ruined all my friendships and most of my relationships. And why did I do it? Depression. I didn't do this full-time as like my sole source of income until 2018. So it was like, and even then, like, it wasn't easy when I went full-time. Then I just streamed 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, and made like, I did the math once. It's like when I was streaming 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, I was making an average of like $1.30 an hour or something. And then I did that until basically at that pace, at that amount, until about 2021, where I cut back to 5 days a week and did a little bit more YouTube stuff because the YouTube channel had got like 8,000 subs at that point. And then when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, my income finally got good enough that I could like... I really hate that reference, Spunkmeyer, but okay. Because I hope to never be anything like Asmongold. So thank Christ there's not that many Asmogolds. And I ain't even religious. You just know he's big? Oh, he's kind of a walking dipshit, I guess. He's kind of he's a bit of an asshat. I'll put it that way. When I got into this Legendure, you couldn't make a living. Like, the affiliate program didn't exist until 2016. I think it was 2016. I don't know. It's however long I've had sub, so 90-something months ago. It's however long I've had a sub button. So like the first few years, like I made less than $100 a year off of PayPal tips. Like I remember there was one month where I made $50 and I was super happy and I took my ex out for lunch. Yeah, I don't know. People go into this expecting to make a living. I did it as a hobby. Like literally like those first 2 years of 7 days a week was just the amount of time I spent playing video games anyway. And just like I played a couple hours of video games a day when I wasn't working. I was like, what if I just stream? Like it was 100% a hobby. I had no camera. My mic was terrible. There was no intention or expectation of making a living. There was like the weird pie in the sky dream at the time, but like even then the people who were super successful back then weren't that successful. Also, like nobody remembers this, but before Amazon owned Twitch, everybody, and I mean literally everybody, had a 2-minute delay on your stream. So I would say something, you wouldn't see it for 2 minutes. So I developed this really weird skill of like being able to read something somebody said and then ramble. Because I had like 5 or to 10 people in the chat, maybe, if I on a good day. And like, I would just sit there rambling about something completely irrelevant and then respond, and then ramble about something completely irrelevant and then respond, and then randomly sit and talk about something irrelevant and then respond, and then I don't know. I don't want to talk about any of these people, Spunkmeyer. So you're just going to talk to yourself. Also, like, it was less of a legitimate industry back then, too, so a lot fewer people tuned in the first place. Shy Pandemonium is one of the really happy dwarves, oddly enough. Miraculously enough. Working on art projects or playing indie games. I think they have maybe 10 subs, and streams are usually 3 to 5 viewers. They do it because they like the idea and then maybe the universe is listening, not because it's profitable. That's good. I mean, that's the right attitude to have. I think most people go into this expecting some sort of success. But you need to realize, I'm not huge, right? I'm also not tiny, but I'm not huge. And on a good day, I'm in the top 1,500 on Twitch. So, like, this is a small industry. It's not a big industry. You missed the ruckus with the beasts. Are you still alive? Hilmar, I think you are. Yes, you are in fact still alive. You are currently snoozing. Man, somehow I still don't have enough bedrooms. Oh, it's great. Like, I am absolutely on the upper echelon of Twitch. But, like, you could make better money going into any trade. You could make better money doing almost any kind of basic trained labor than I do. Like, go file people's taxes. You'd probably make better money. Like, I'm basically as high as I can go. And do decently well selling furniture for the brick, and you'll probably do better than me. Napping, Shy. Napping indeed. Anyway, I think people just need to realize that, like, success is what you make it. And this industry is brutal. And if you want to stream, do it as a hobby. Sorry for ranting about this, but it comes up a lot. All right. While I'm in this ad break, I will start queuing this stuff up. Sup, Work with Bo? I mean, like, if we're just talking business here for a second, Match Tendo. I just have to think about your name when I say it for some reason. If we're just talking strictly like me in a work sense, yeah, absolutely. Like, if there is an uptick in interest in Dwarf Fortress, I make more money. Correct. Like, the No Clip documentary has helped me do better because more people are seeing the game, and thus more people are going, hey, maybe this is something I can play. So they go look up tutorials, they find my tutorials, and then they find my stream. That's why we're seeing new people right now. Same with the Down the Rabbit Hole videos. Same with whenever a video does well, or whenever there's even a sale, right? Yes. More people being tracked. Oh, it's Mock Tendo. Ha! Whenever people are attracted to my stream for one reason or another, more people watch it. And when more people watch it, I make more money. That is 100% how this works. I'm actually going to move this because I don't like the way this looks. Your dad started watching me? What? Well, hi, No Banner Flags' dad. I've been talking to a lot of people about it in person. Dwarf Fortress has just been a slow burn for the last, decade plus, right? And it'll probably just continue. That's a funny name. Does anybody know the Mexican punk band Descartes a Cant? Descartes a Cant? Because they have a mascot called Doc. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, Doc, has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of lemonite. Ooh. It has a twisting, jointed trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its hunger for warm blood. That could be really mean if it's close. And we're still clearing bodies. It is close. Yay! I love it when everything goes bad. Okay, let's click this button a bunch. A vampire? What vampire? Oh, it's hunger for warm blood? No, that just means it's going to be particularly strong. It's just like it gets a boost to all of its attributes. It's a more refined hunter, if you will. I may just have to fight this one. Because it's going to be moving really fast, I fear. Just watching it as it goes. Yeah! Mach Tendo. Potato Radiator in YouTube chat. I don't name dwarves after YouTube chat. I name dwarves after Twitch chat. It's one of the small ways that I incentivize people to watch on Twitch instead of YouTube. However, if I feel like I'm being nice sometimes, which I'm definitely not in a nice mood today, so no niceties from me, I will occasionally chuck one out into the YouTube chat, or people in Twitch chat can nominate or gift subs, or not subs, dwarfs to people in the YouTube chat. So if you would like somebody to have it, if you would like to have a dwarf named after you, you gotta tune into the Twitch side of things, unfortunately for you. Probably stabbed to death, more likely. Because we're kind of not in position for the fighting of things currently. Although I think it's actually going to go to the surface. Nope, it's going to go kill Udil. Or one of the other mini dwarves that are right here. This is going to be another bloodbath. Okay, so dwarves are already being very silly. I mean, brave. Oh, hey. Did you just kill a cat? You did, in fact, kill a cat. Well, that's it. You get to die now. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? That's one dwarf down. Who's that? Udil? I was a little worried this would happen, but I was kind of hoping the game would give me a break, but it didn't. Fortunately, we got the tombs already built this time. Smeared drip. Oh, that's creepy. The paddle of trifles. Well, that sounds delicious. I wonder what a trifle paddle would be. It's probably like some sort of tool to make making trifles easier. Oh boy. There's Enter Bunny, please. Okay, here come the soldiers. Maybe they'll be saved. It's okay. All of the FBs are in... Uh-oh. I'm a little worried about this. V's charging up alongside of For the Horde. For the Horde, now's your time to earn your rank in society. Enter Bunny, no! Enter Bunny, no! Okay, so Enter Bunny did what? Punched it! Oh, but it glanced away. You right here. Hit it with your bronze warhammer, you fractured it. Misses you. The Hammerlord bites it in the leg, which fractures it. The Hammerlord is then charged and then knocked over. For the Horde over here. Hacks it with a bronze battle axe, which fractured it. We've got a bunch more dwarves coming in with hopefully a wider variety. Why is there a dead baby rhinoceros right here? Anyway, in other news, they are having pretty decent success right now. The Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the head. The attack glances away, naturally. Bashes it, chipping it. Forgotten Beast strikes at the Hammerlord, but the shot was blocked. Kicks the Forgotten Beast, the Hammerlord does, in the head with her left foot, but the attack glances away. They embedded a Morningstar, pull it out. Hits it again with the Steel Morningstar, fracturing it. Come on, dwarves. Hang in there, Inner Bunny. Don't you go and die on me. If this dwarf gets hit once, they're dead, because they have no armor and no real way to block it. Coins are all over the ground. Well, that's good. And the Forgotten Beast is dead. An Inner Bunny here got kicked in the upper foot, which bruised the muscle and the left lung. For the Horde seems to have survived as well. Oh boy. That is a very heavy beast. Holy shit. No, they were kicked with their foot. How can you kick somebody without a foot? I mean, that would be more like nubbing. Or stubbing? Sure. It would be kind of hard to kick somebody without a foot, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's just make sure that the surface is ready to go. Okay, let's lock these. You call it your nubbin? Well, that would make your ability to kick pretty much nubbin, right? Clearly you did, because you don't know where it is, Ruben. Nobody lost a foot. But a dwarf did get their foot broken. See, that's an admittance of guilt. Your inability to complete a sentence. I don't even know what I'm saying for reference. Well, I'm glad you are, Diamond. Okay, so you're collecting... Wait, what? Where the hell are you collecting sand from? Okay. Let's pull this, get this raised. And... Let's turn these off and that on for right now. Hopefully the deaths can slow down soon, because I need to clear this siege. Thankfully, this siege shouldn't... Assuming I don't screw up anything else particularly horribly, and no more very inconvenient beasts show up, I think we should be okay to fight this siege. I do think we should be. And also, I want to get these dwarves underground. Pretty good way to do that is set up a big job that everybody go do, so let's go do some smoothing. Let's go do some smoothing. I'm also, actually, no, not those. But down here, I realized one of those was a task that I know will now have to queue up again, but that's fine. I love how no matter what I do, this silly river causes me grief. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, I sometimes will go out of my way to just not settle on rivers. Then every now and again I'll be like, man, I like having forts with a waterfall on it. I like waterfalls. Waterfalls are cool. And then I make a fort with a waterfall on it. Like, why the fuck did I do that? Hey, chat, would you guys permit me to do some drastic measures? We've had, it's just a re-election notification. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, this is time for some drastic measures. I just really want the frame rate to be a little better. Oh, I have to claim them first. Okay. What else is causing hauling errors? Let's see what else we have. Well, that seems to have saved me a couple frames, or it did for a second. Then they all went away again. What else are we waiting on now? Let's just get these dealt with. And then this up here, all being locked, should allow me to do this. Let's get these goblins off the map. I do need you to move though, kiddo. Because we're kind of getting hit by a big-ish goblin siege. All right, hopefully nobody dies horribly in this situation. So you guys can follow the leader, Beak Dog Burr. Also, Salva, it's good to see you. Trying the game again for the first time in 5 years. You would throw my movies on. You would throw on my movies though. Just killed your first dragon. Wow, I haven't killed a dragon in a while. I usually just catch them and train them. But congrats on killing your dragon. Chat, can we get a congrats on killing the dragon for Skillthy in YouTube chat? Or just post my dragon emote because I have a dragon emote. All right, shout really loudly, chat, if something bad starts to happen with this siege. I'm gonna go take a toilet break. All right. I also moved my tomatoes into natural sunlight. Should or shouldn't get another dwarf? You're welcome to get another dwarf, but tomorrow, if that's fair. Basically, like, if your dwarf died, wait a day. That's my only request. So because you died today, let somebody who hasn't had one yet have a dwarf, and then go for it tomorrow. If you think that is fair. If you don't think that's fair, I'll complain, but I'll give you another dwarf. It's all good. Sharing is caring, as they say. A stray cat has been bitten by a cave spider. Fuck yo, what kind of dwarf would you like gifted to YouTube? Let's give it to... Potato Radiator, are you still present? Also, positively negative, I like your username, by the way. In the YouTube chat. Dragon Slayer friend, maybe? Well, I was going to give it to the person who was asking earlier. But if they're not present, then I have a second choice. Do you read Potato? I don't speak to Potato, no. Somebody in Twitch chat last year called me a tomato whisperer, though, because of all the tomatoes I grew. Wait, what? It's a mongoose. All right, Skilthy, what kind of dwarf would you like, then, in that case? This is a big glob of gob. No, not you, mongoose. There's wild mongooses on this map, and they've literally distracted whole armies before. So, and the goblins seem to be chasing one into my fort currently. On a bicycle, Ruben? That's impressive. Skithy in YouTube chat. Are you present, Skithy? You recently had 3 consecutive seasons of no migrants. In a new fort I started, is there a way any factors could stop people? Is it the second fort you've done in the same world? A cook. Beard or no beard? Them's my cooks that's availables. You can select one, or I can select one for you if you like. Although not the top one, because they're already named. So it'd be like one of these 3, probably. Or Rovod, but Rovod's actually in the military. Let's go with Thalath, then. I spent way too long in coming up empty to see how heavy lemonite was compared to iron inside it, because I was thinking that a corgi-sized meteorite a couple of years ago that weighed as much as 4 baby elephants. Density's a thing, man. It's not purely RNG, Calroar. It depends. The amount of dwarves that you get migrating to your fort is based on when you last traded and how much value you traded, and whether or not there are dwarves that are able to get to your fortress in the overworld sim. So if you're in a completely secluded, weird area on an island in the middle of the ocean, it's possible nobody can get to you. If you haven't traded anything recently, it's possible they don't want to move there because they don't think there's any value there. It's your second fort in the same world. Did you embark on the 1st of spring? If no, then you may have missed the guaranteed migrant waves, and you're going to have to wait for their year to pass for it to reset. That's the most likely thing, in my opinion. You had Kias chase away your merchants. Are you screwed? No, they'll return. Unless it happens 6 or 7 times in a row. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, is often sad and dejected after seeing Reg die in 382, and doesn't focus on material goods. Does not go out of his way to help others and is troubled by this, as he truly respects sacrifice. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. This would actually be a pretty decent dwarf in the military so far. Is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He doesn't present himself modestly, or he prefers to present himself modestly, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He could be considered rude, generally acts with a narrow focus. I can't read properly. I can't see properly. My brain is fuzzy, and I'm cranky. I think I'm manic. This is not good. Anyway, we're fine. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and rolls his eyes when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. I can't focus at all, no. No. He personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsdwarfship and sees competition as reasonably important. I'm just in a weird mood right now. I don't know what it is. Dreams of raising a family. He likes black bronze, yellow diamond, giant orca leather, llama wool, the color dark violet, short swords, and the words of the crested wall, the sound of the laces of silk, and the sight of the meandering lyrics. Impossible prefers to consume lungfish, sandpear, cider, and rye seeds, and hates fire snakes. And is currently carrying the corpse of Doc, which is the very, very heavy thing. And worships Soda, which... Is Soda an unknown one to me? You worship the god of coasts, oceans, and salt. And I guess that explains why you like giant orcas. His hair is straight, and his medium-length beard is neatly combed. He's friends with a beekeeper. Go figure. Welcome to the fort. And is a member of the Coastal Fellowship, which is a religion I'm not familiar with. Yeah, so basically, if you don't embark on the 1st of spring, because you're guaranteed the 3 migrant waves, which kind of gets your fort going, 2 migrant waves, which gets your 2 migrant waves and a trader, which is what gets your fort going. If the game breaks that cycle, sometimes you won't get them the first year. So, like if you start in summer, you'll miss that first migrant wave and it'll come the second year. If a dwarf likes something like a stone type or food type, is that because they have it or because it's something they can provide to them? Every dwarf has an ingrained thing that they like, and if you provide to them, they will get a more positive mood than they would just getting a high quality thing. So if you give a dwarf a meal that is masterwork quality, they will be happy regardless. But if you give a dwarf a medium quality meal that includes horse meat, and the dwarf likes to eat horse meat, then they will get a thought of a super good meal, even though it's a less lower quality meal. Make sense? Or if they eat raw horse meat, they'll still like it as much as they would a normal meal. That can also happen. Basically, like, it's not RNG. It depends on the state of the world, is kind of how I've always understood it. Okay, I'm just going to let the game run through this ad break because we're literally just waiting for this siege to get into the fort, and that's going to take a little bit of time. Sorry you're late. You're going to have to put your punch card in, and we'll send you to the boss's office once the shift is up, Zomon. It's a shame. It really is. Also, you're deaf and you can't hear me. Awkward. I hope that you have, subtitles turned on. Hi, Deaf. I'm Dad. Now I really hope you don't have subtitles turned on. It updated on my end. Yes, yeah, accurate. Pretty terribly for us. Great for the fire dragon. Now we're getting sieged by goblins. Also, what kind of pizza dough you making? Or what kind of pizza you making with the dough? Or both questions? Yes, both questions. Use your prime on the little guys. Sag not little enough for prime sub. But I respect it. You got to encourage people. Wrong bod, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I guess I am little enough for the Prime sub. But nah, I respect it. You got to support the little guys. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? And like I said, I'm just going to let the game run through this ad break because these goblins ain't going to walk themselves. They also ain't going to get very far. I talk like Deadpool? What if I told you that me and Duder, who plays Deadpool in those movies, literally from more or less the same part of town? Small world, after all. A little wood-fired pizza oven. Ooh. So you can use that for the first time. You're going to make chorizo, pepper, onion, mushroom, that kind of thing. Homemade dough is the best. No, I agree with that. That's jealous. Yeah, that guy. I don't know who the your dinosaurs are wrong guy is. I do know that Seth Rogen is mostly just like making cool TV shows and like selling weed these days. So shout outs to Seth Rogen, the other guy. I'm really sad that they fixed that bug, Clino. I'll have you know. So no, I have not tested it. But I'm presuming it probably would work. It was enough to tame him and borrow him to learn to... Was it enough to just tame him and burrow him in the tavern to learn to speak? Yes. Well, any social zone. Well, the EXP bars is a DF hack thing. So you shouldn't see those anyway, but just give it time. Just give it time. If he's trained, just give it time. Assuming he is, like, socializing, like this. Assuming the gremlin is socializing, then they're learning. It's just going to take a while because they have to get to dabbling. And then they have to get through dabbling to novice to actually have the skill. And until they get to dabbling, they won't even appear on their character sheet. Just make sure that you have dwarves that will keep him trained. Once he gets well trained, it won't be too hard to keep it up. Wrong bad. Is it wrong bad or wrong bod? Thank you very much for the prime, or not the prime sub, the gifted sub. I read the same notification that's twice. Thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Wrong bod. Got it. Wrong bod. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. I don't, okay, to be clear, I don't like random lakes flooding your fortress. The water one, I hope is either fixed or gets fixed or has been fixed. I'm actually not sure about that. But the lava, I like volcanoes erupting. Like, I would do it intentionally, so. Makes me kind of sad, but it's a good thing. They should fix it because it does make the game better that it's fixed. If that makes any sense. Click this button, and then click drag on the walls to remove them. But dwarves need to have mining assigned, and they need to have a pickaxe to do it. Which is something that it took me like a month to realize that they'd made that a thing when Premium came out. And I remember like having this weird mind blown moment, and Putnam was in my chat and was like, wait, that's a thing? This was after Putnam had been working on the game for like quite a bit of time too. We get to use my railgun. I'm excited. Done with work? You're gonna catch up on here? Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully work wasn't too bad today. There ain't no retreating from this place. You know, right now I'll bet you these two guys are about to be real pissed off when they get locked outside, but they'll thank me later. That's gonna be creepy, you know? Just like all your friends are going inside like this, and then suddenly the gate gets locked. You know? It's gotta be a freaky thing to witness. It's like you're slowly walking into a place and then suddenly the gate's locked. Although we need somebody to actually come over here and pull the lever. There you go. Freeways gets to pull the lever. And boom. Boom. Close it. Lock it. There we go. Who's ready to fire some cannons, chat? Are you... Look, the mongoose is still leading them in. Do I still do those interviews with Putnam? I tried to do one recently, but the timing just didn't line up. Kid Fox has been a little bit more picky about when I interview people, because they don't want stuff getting leaked that isn't confirmed or is a ways off, which is kind of fair. So I was basically told not to interview anybody until Adventure Mode was out, and now Adventure Mode is out, and the timing just hasn't lined up. So... No, I don't think it's after the whole ordeal. I don't think it's got anything to do with the number of composers getting leaked. I think it's got a lot to do with... they just don't want people to get excited for things a ways off. Which, honestly, is something that, like... I think the biggest blunder that this game's development has had was kind of Adventure Mode getting announced a bit too early, I think. Who's pulling the lever? But I think that this is them moving to correct that a bit. I think most of Kit Fox's end is on the documentary is done at this point, but yeah, there's probably some truth to that. Oh, he's pulling the lever. Enter Bunny is going to go pull the lever. I'm amazed this dwarf survived that. Is it at all like Caves of Cud? That's like asking, is Rust... I should stop making this comparison. That's like asking, is Caves of Cud similar to Project Zomboid? Well, I mean, they're both open world games with survival elements. So no, not really. That's about where the similarities kind of begin and end. They are very, very, very different games. And that's my answer. It's also a question I get a lot. It's like comparing a very open sandbox with literally no in-game direction to a very heavily handcrafted RPG with a story. There goes the first one, the second one, third one, fourth one. Perfect. Not bad so far. This needs to get pulled. I thought I already did that, but apparently I didn't. Minecraft and Skyrim, sure. So no, they are nothing alike. I do also recommend Caves of Cud. And I also recommend Adventure Mode. Just don't go into it expecting Caves of Cud, because you will not get what you're looking for. Nyum. Knocking all of the goblins back. Oh, this is so satisfying. Chat, can I get a bunch of crypt zooms, please? Another one's about to come through. Whenever the dwarves pull it. I think I queued up two. This never gets old. There they go. It means that you have a dirty mind, is what it means. Soaking. The lever is rocking, don't come a knocking. I mean, you know, honestly, don't come a knocking on the room with the minecarts in it if the levers is a rocking. Because that seems like a real bad way, like a real good way to die horribly. There goes freeways. Pull that. Sounds like they got demolished really early on. They may have some refugee populations, so you could probably play as that faction. Oof, this goblin's about to have a rough day. Or not. Did you completely stop? Oh, wow, you did completely stop the minecart. That's actually impressive. Kind of amazed by that. The beak dog completely stopped the minecart. So these ones are about to fire, I think. There they go. Whoop. Man, that thing's moving. It's a moving. Oh, man. Please. Uh-oh. Gets knocked backwards. Hits the... Did you just die? How come how come my connection there disappeared? I love how they just, like, cause the other minecarts to start moving again when the first one hits. It's just so funny. This thing is too effective for what it is. It's also so silly. Did the being turn into a corpse and fly away faster? No, it just deselected it for some reason, which I've never seen before. What is this minecart Gatling tech? It's me using impulse ramps to break the game's physics to basically fire minecarts. It's the speed of light. Maybe not quite the speed of light, but really fast. It basically just auto-accelerates minecarts to the maximum possible speed really quickly. So any of these things that have been hit, it's just the platinum minecart strikes them in the lower leg and the injured part explodes into gore. Like, where's a goblin? Like you. Platinum minecart strikes the goblin and the injured part is mashed into, in the upper leg, the injured part is mashed into an unrecognizable mass. The goblin gives into the pain, skids backwards, bounces off the ground a bunch of times. Yeah. I'm reading that in the voice of the seagulls from Finding Nemo. Imploded command. I do love that Minecraft is such a commonly stated word that most autocorrects, like, autocorrect minecart to Minecraft. It's just very funny to me. Okay. Well, they're locked in here, so might as well just turn on the Burninator. Let me just pull this lever. And this lever. I'm also going to pull all of these. Turns out I got a lot of levers to pull in a pretty short period of time. Actually, is it even that one? No. It is, the other one. This one. Engage the hot water, yes. Actually, no, I shouldn't engage the hot water. Should wait a little bit. Let them get a little closer. And also, don't pull this just yet. I need them to get a little bit closer first, so we can watch some of them bleed out. Why is the water angry? It's not angry, it's just really hot. Forbid these, forbid these. Not bad so far, anyway. I mean, it certainly could be more effective, but, like, so many of these are just injured that, like, I really should just start loading something into these, like coins or something else. You know, legitimately, I saw Finding Nemo in theaters and saw that movie maybe 24 times before learning that it was Ellen DeGeneres playing Dory. Like, I genuinely had zero knowledge of that for a very long time. I'm also actually just going to close this because this can be shut. I could send my Marks Dwarves down, but honestly, I want moods to turn around a little bit instead. Yeah, just keep swimming. That's Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah, I had no idea. Apparently that was like her claim to fame. That's where she got going. It's kind of wild, actually. You think you know things, but in reality, you know nothing. This goblin seems to have short-circuited. Aw, didn't look at it. Look at it. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually, of the kill count that we've had. A lot of them are just like a lot of the seriously injured ones are just like hanging out and lying on the ground too. It's pretty grim, actually. Oh wow, they're chasing a cat. Okay, well now we can go. Now that gate's shut. Now we wait. More like a lava bath, but sure. Here it goes. You did miss the bloodbath. You just get the lava. This isn't even the most intricate defense I've built. They don't even have a way out right now, which is the grim part. That's the truly grim bit, is they don't actually have a way out. Shoutouts to the 3 goblins that got left outside and missed the front gate closing. They certainly made a choice. Yeah, well, did they? I don't know. It's like, that's a good query. These guys are mostly injured back here. So this will melt all of the bronze and copper gear, and burn all the clothing, and destroy all of the non-lava safe stuff. But I think the siege is breaking, and now the game is short-circuiting. My CPU fan just spun up. They're thinking real hard about this one. They don't know where they're going. Well, anybody ready for a Midsummer's Night Dream? The sudden realization that they all have to run and they have nowhere to go. Yeah. Even love is too much of the CPU. I mean, my CPU is fine. It's only using 18%. So. Well, it is midsummer. So. Yeah, we'll give it some time to think. I used to say that all the time. Like every now and again, Dwarf Fortress would randomly just like in longer term forts back in the day when if you keep a fort alive for 100+ years or something, there would be times where the game would just like stop like this for like 10 seconds to a minute and a half or something. And chat would be like, oh no, is the game crashing? I'd be like, nah, it's just thinking. It'll be back, don't worry. So it's just thinking. Gives us time to process the what we've done. It's more like maybe Dwarf Fortress needs to order of operations. I wonder if it's the smoke. Yeah, I can't even select the game. So. Why do I have to contemplate the things I've done? They should contemplate the things they've done. Like they killed a mongoose. It's horrible. I don't know. Big mongoose. I genuinely don't know. I mean, we'll have to see, right? Can you give me the TLDR on what that means, Toots? In YouTube chat? I mean, like, build a giant... Like, the Bridge of Khazad Dûm. Like, I know that's Lord of the Rings, but... How would you define that in the Dwarf Fortress sense? Because maybe accidentally, not consciously. I don't try and replicate things from fiction, generally. If any, I feel like my streams and builds need like a disclosure statement of like any like imitation of real life creations or fictional creations from other forms of media is entirely coincidental and not intentional. Chat room, I need your help from this because I cannot personally answer this question. I need everybody's assistance to answer this question from YouTube chat, which is, how long does it take to be able to play DF well? I don't know. I learned this game a decade ago. I have no idea. Chat, how long does it take to be able to play DF well? A single wide pit with a bottomless pit beneath. Oh. No, I haven't really done that. That's kind of boring. Also, it's not possible to make a bottomless pit. Unless you, like, did a lot of shenanigans. I made bridges with big holes underneath them, but not single wide, no. I mean, my old saying was, if you know how to make soap, you're decent at DF. Like, if you've made soap in Dwarf Fortress, you're practically an expert. And you got to play it. If you're not checking the wiki every 90 seconds, you've made it. I would also say it's kind of like, probably different for everybody, right? I mean, I've made instruments once. I basically never make instruments. I think I would give people a pass on instruments just because they're random for each world. Yeah, that thing was quite famous, Kleno. Was for show back then? It was like a 7x10 embark? Oh, really? I'm starting to get worried the game's not going to rematch. The thing is, it's not responding. Normally, like, if the game is, like, actually having problems, it stops responding, but it's still technically responding. I wonder if I could get DFhack to pop up. Are easiest to make by work orders? Yeah, I guess you type in the name of the instrument, and then it would just, like, give you in every individual piece. Welp. I guess I'm bad at game. Apple Pie replica. Hmm. Sometimes you don't need a piece and you can make them out of just one mat, and it's great. That's neat. I very rarely, like... I very rarely make instruments, mostly due to lack of interest in them, I guess. I do recall a fort once where I needed, it was like a clay thing. I think it was like a clay pipe thing and glass and one other thing. And I just had all of the pipe and wood, I think. And then I had all the pipelines already queued up. So I just sold about a dozen of them per trader. But what's freaking me out here... no. I already know what I'm doing for the next fort, and it's not that. Mongoose. So... I'm looking at, like, the frame rate, which you guys can't see. It says it's 28. That is not true. That's worrisome. Oh, it's waiting. Well, these goblins certainly are cooked. I don't know about the fort. This is good news because it's telling me the game is not responding, so I can wait. I'm going to go get my lunch, and I'm going to run an ad break because now seems like a good time. So it has until I go get my sandwich, come back, and eat it, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. Does that sound fair, chat? Eh? Can we hang in on that? Can we work with that? Okay. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube chat, hit the party button a bunch and try and make the frame rate speed up. And I will be back in, I don't know, 2 minutes, tops. Frame rate still hasn't updated. Game claims it's not responding again. Just gonna tell it to keep waiting. You bet the new pathing broke and it's an eternal loop? You know, that's possible. That is possible. But it's hard to tell unless it actually crashes. Also, I found black rye bread. I'm very happy. If an artifact catches fire, it's never going to stop burning. It will burn in infinitely forever because they cannot be destroyed. So you have to dump a bucket of water on it from the layer above using a pit pond zone. Scythian YouTube chat. Well, for whatever it's worth, The fan on my CPU has stopped. I mean, I would argue this is proof that Dwarf Fortress is actually pretty stable. Is because it hasn't crashed yet. And according to my system monitor, it is responding. I mean, we're only losing half a season. So it's not actually that bad. I'm going to give it until I finish my sandwich. Wait, am I going crazy? Or did a goblin just trade places with another goblin? Yeah, the little, like, thought bubbles are appearing and disappearing periodically. So it is doing something. This isn't technically a crash, no. This is just sub-zero FPS. Quick, somebody start humming the Mortal Kombat theme. Every 30 seconds? Yeah. No, it's certainly... I kind of want to just let it run. And see if it figures its shit out. Because it might. Are you sure it's not MPF, minutes per frame? Frame per hour? I got 240 FPH. At this point, that actually might not be that far off. I mean, it's okay. It's saved like a month and 9 days ago, so we're not actually going to lose that much time. That's kind of fucked. Fuck you. Well, what do we do, chat? Press 1 if you'd like me to keep waiting. Press 2 if you think I should just Alt F4 and reload. I've seen stuff like this happen before, Hilmar, and yeah, I can't open DFHack. I've tried multiple times at this point. Also, why would I force a save in a situation where the, like, pathing is fucked? When that might actually bork the fort. I crashed it. I just finished eating my sandwich, so. I didn't Alt F4. I tabbed over to Steam and then clicked stop. But yeah, no. Because DFHack runs within Dwarf Fort, if Dwarf Fort isn't running at all, DFHack can't save it. So this is now right before the siege. Just gonna get the dwarves into the fortress. Oh. Gotta disable the overlay first. Goblin inside job? Something worth thinking about, I guess. Now I've got hiccups because I ate that sandwich too quick. Did your glory survive the reload? So for a little bit of timeline sense here, we went back 1 month and 10 days. A month is about 40 seconds to a minute, or a day is maybe 40 seconds to a minute right about now. So we only really lost about 25 minutes of time, and most of that was staring at that siege. So yes. You are still alive for the Horde. And, you know, whatnot. You know what? I'll actually get my Marksdwarf training wrestling. There are some map loading bugs. I mean, pretty major under the hood changes tend to cause that. You know, this ain't my first rodeo. Quino. Hey, Server Lord. What's up, dude? Also, Dwarf redemptions are up. Just saying. Grab them while you can. Back in the past, whenever there was a update to Dwarf Fort, what used to happen is people would tune into my streams and be like, hey, Blind, how broken is it? And then I would say, yes, or or not that badly, or horribly, or whatever you say, as you say it, you know? And then, actually, hold on, let me check something else. Okay, so I gotta get rid of all this. Because I did this the last time, so I'm gonna do it again. And then I would say horribly, or it's fine. And most people wouldn't trust me either way. And then would wait a week or two before installing the update because they would wait for the 2 or 3 patches that it would take to get the update stable. And recently that's been much less the case. Like they actually have testing now, outside of Zach. So I would actually say that, like, no, you're probably fine, but if you play the day of a patch, it might not be unwise to turn off Steam auto updates. Okay. Just needed to clean that creek. And we get to do the fun splat times again. Except I guess this time I just won't, like, close the top door, you know? What you getting there, kiddo? 8 a.m. in Australia? Good morning! Hope you slept well. That's around when I woke up. Actually, I woke up at 7:50, but... But, Clino, I don't know. Would you say that's a recommendation to stay on the old version an extra day? I haven't looked at the KitFox Discord since I turned my stream on today, so... If there are egregious bugs, I am not currently fully familiar with what they are. Or if they're something I should be, like, hiding from. Just gonna let this kid get whatever their equipment is that they need. Yes, there is 2 minecarts in 1 position. That's fine. It wasn't intentional, but it works, so I don't care. Although, hold on. Let's see if I can queue something up. Because I think I set it up. Yes, I did. You're the one I'm waiting for to get back inside. Oh, that's one of my dwarves. Tisk. How many tombs are we still waiting on? Okay, let's let you do this. And when this task is done, I will let the siege in. Yeah, but I would call you an enthusiast, if you will. Something like that you can do if you're even remotely worried whenever there's a patch. Just go to your Steam, assuming you have the game through Steam. Go to the install location, right-click it, and then just copy-paste the entire game elsewhere on your computer, and then update it. Because if something is weirdly busted, you'll just have a full backup because there's no DRM in the game whatsoever, right? Like you could have infinite installs of the game on your computer in whatever version you want. Same goes for like, if there's a particular version you like, just copy it, zip it, and keep it on an extra hard drive or whatever. Making coffee? Go get your coffee. Got woken up by your loud brother. Rip. Oh, that's a shame. I can sympathize with him on the not being allowed to drive part. We're in the open spaces where the minecart's to run. Would it push the baddies into the path more? I would say it would just kind of clutter the hallway. I mean, it might not be a terrible idea, but... I don't actually know which one I told them to load with coins. Actually, is this even... No, it is. Could just chuck a gold minecart on that, but... I'm not sure why there's some missing. It's a little odd, actually. Odd. Unless somebody's literally placing it right now. Oh. For somehow one of them ended up in the tavern. Well, that's weird. Okay, so you're doing all this. Okay. Let's just follow this tomb, because this is the thing that we need done. Yes, I agree, Clino. That's the other thing I was waiting for. The Forgotten Beast Socks has come. A gigantic three-eyed ceratops. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its lemon scales are jagged and close set. Beware its poison vapors. That's something that did happen, is the dwarves that died to that Forgotten Beast were resurrected. So let's close this. And let's double check to make sure that the llama's in there. Yes, it is. Zesty? Yeah, kind of. It's the Thief of Ringing? The game picked a different beast to show up, though. This one doesn't have any kills. It's an exploding lemon. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? You know, people have been talking about Half-Life 3 again recently because of, like, updates being made to the source engine. I just have to say, if they ever made a Half-Life 3, it should just be, like, Gordon Freeman, but he has a portal gun. Like portal gun, but also guns. Men say thank you very much for the 16th month.
Crypt beer.
And also gravity gun. All right, in we go. This thing looks really cool, though. I will say that. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Ben? Thanks for keeping that sub alive. Okay, so I will lock this door to dissuade it from... knocking the door down. It goes and starts beating up the llama. I can't let it back out. Now I hope that it just short circuits and sits there for a second until both the gates close anytime this year, anytime this week, whenever's good for you, game. It could turn around and leave at any point. Please, there's one. There's the, thank you. Okay. Whew. Got another one. Okay, so this is what? FB13. We finally caught one. Okay, Kiddo is hauling that back inside. Can deny the parlay. Now we wait. So now they're going to start moving, and I'm going to go down into here. And go all the way down to here. Maybe not all the way down to here. Up, down to here. And just queue this up. We're halfway to where we were previously, by the way. All right. Let's also go up to here. Do floors. I'm screwing up those corners, but that's fine. Can fix that very easily. Okay. Bit hot to ATM though. What's your go-to tea? Also, just a reference, chat, we are currently about 5.5 hours-ish into the stream, 4.5 into the YouTube stream. I think we'll probably do another 2 hours of Dwarfs, and because people keep asking me, I think we're going to stream a little bit of Tokyo Extreme Racer this evening. So I think we'll probably do, I don't know, 8 hours of Dwarfs and then an hour of Tokyo Extreme car racing on streets and on the highways of Tokyo. If that sounds good to all of you, it works for me too. Roybos, good stuff. Roybos tea with a bit of honey. I like me a jasmine. I've got this purple jasmine tea that I like, which comes in loose leaf form. It's very tasty. Hello, Kartoch. Hope you're doing well. But the portal pulls everything around it in it. Okay, what if, like, okay, what if you could make, like, a gravity well with the gravity gun and use that in combination with the portal gun to suck stuff into portals? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know how I feel about a pull and suck portal, because I feel like that might just make a lot of innuendo. Although there was an interview that Gaben did relatively recently where he was just kind of saying, we should have just made that fucking video game. We should have just like not been so precious, and we should have just made that game with portals, right, Soki? You only just recently learned about Twitch rating. Fun fact, it used to just be a community thing that we would just do. At the end of a stream, you would just give a link to your chat and everybody would click on it, and we'd all try and be very quiet and like say nothing until everybody was in the other person's stream and the ads ended. And then the streamer would be like, say a thing, and then everybody would talk simultaneously, and then you'd end your stream. That's how it used to work. And then you'd host them because hosting used to be a thing. But it was actually a bannable offense back then, so if the person didn't like it, they could actually like report you for it. So it was something that you do kind of cautiously, because while people would do it like with the intention of helping, some people would also do it maliciously. So it's been a thing on Twitch as long as I can remember. My mayor's been reelected. Okay, chat, remind me in 2 minutes to check this. See if any of these got coins in it. Because I did tell one of them to start loading coins. I just, for the life of me, can't remember which one. I don't even know if they're going to eject out of it. They might. They also may not. Like, allegedly, these are going to start getting put somewhere. So you're gifting a dwarf to Shogun. Well, I'm pretty sure the manager's named. Yeah, that's Hashtastrophe. So, bookkeeper it is. For those of you who don't know, Shogun is a... Probably not here right now. But Shogun does timestamps for all of my VODs on the VOD channel. So kind of a local hero around these parts. She is not a private person and freely shares details of her life, occasionally overindulges, and tends to consider what others think of her. Is quite polite and tends to be passive in discussions about... not about things, just tends to be passive in discussions. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and is curious and eager to learn. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of making a great discovery. And personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, would have peace at all costs, and views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important. Values good craftsmanship, finds leisure time wasteful, and values family, and is pondering foraging behavior. Likes Pericles as well as Lay Pewter, and Goshenate, Armadillo Leather, Green Devourer Tooth, Giant Skink Bone, Moon Snail Shell, and Earrings. Ballista Parts, and Mothmen for their coloration. And the words of the Amethyst of Iron, and the sight of the meandering lyrics. Whenever I read Mothman, I can't not hear like Jesse Cox's voice seconds later. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, you get an imaginary brownie point that is valueless. She prefers to consume yellow bullhead, guava wine, and tapir's milk, and soft wheat seeds, and can't stand hamsters. Is friends with Bolter, Aiton, Ineth, and Momas. Welcome to the fort. And a llama's been missing for a week. Oh no! Gobbins is getting close. Feel very Blair right now? Well, get well soon. Welcome to the fortress, Shogun. Round of beers for Shogun. One of the many unsung heroes of channels like mine. Mothman is in fact a cryptid, yes, which is why I hear Jesse Cox's voice. There's a podcast I listened to called Chilluminati, and one of the early episodes they did was about Mothman. They cover like true crime and cryptids and ghosts and aliens and other nonsense. It's fun. It's some decent like evening audio entertainment, I suppose. And there's just this running joke that they have where they make this weird squealing sound whenever Mothman is mentioned. Yeah. Like last podcast on the left. I'm familiar with that name. I've never listened to it, though. But then again, when it comes to podcasts like that, it's just kind of a matter of like, pick your preferred podcast host and go listen, because there's a lot of podcasts like that. Where the heck are they going? Guys, the door is right there. You're supposed to go in the door. Like in real life, if I see a moth indoors, I will catch it and put it outside. I'm just that kind of person. With a lot of bugs, actually. Oh, there's a fucking cat. Oh, boy. Because that's what beak dogs do. Welcome back, Jack Norrick. You've seen a beak dog before. Starting to think I may have too many construction jobs. These are all of the store item and vehicle tasks I have. Holy shit. Let's go labor, standing orders, chores. Let's remove this. I think it would be item hauling. Let's see. Kids can now item haul again. I mean, the cat AI is good. It just disobeys all orders and does what you don't need it to when you don't need it to do the thing. Which is very accurate to how cats work. Also, ads are about to play. I will pause game until the ads are done. There we go. This is what I need. Keyfry doing exactly what I need Keyfry to do. So it's this one right here. This is the one that's getting loaded up, and this will be my test of a splatter cannon. I'll have you know that drunk cats were a programmer error, not the fault of the cats. The cats were operating exactly as they were designed to act. Also, I think they must have killed it. Yes. They did, in fact, kill it. Press F's to pay respect for the kitty. It's a Daddy-O Longlegs only live for like 72 hours, don't they? I thought that Daddy Longlegs had like a really short life. So he's probably already dead, man. How many are there? 119 goblins, 116 beak dogs, 23 Moneras, 6 blind cave ogres, and the rest are unrelated. That's how many there are, YouTube chat. I haven't even turned the numbers up. Like, if you want to see big armies, Gortusk, which is my cult video, I set them to the maximum, which is I think it's 1,000 goblins and 1,000 monsters that they can bring. So we were getting armies of like 1,500 by the end of it. You live in Australia, which would be why. Australia, like, historically and consistently doesn't buy many ads on Twitch. There's been, like, whole periods of, like, months where, like, no ads have shown in Australia on Twitch, so I'm not saying move to Australia if you want to watch Twitch for free, but... If I were to make, to steal a thing from what Hilmar in YouTube chat just said, if I were to make my own performance troupe in Dwarf Fortress, I would probably name them the group of questionable management, because that is it's a really funny, like, in-joke name for a fortress group. Or the Songs of Questionable Management, maybe. It's like Ice and Fire, but, like, you know, just more questionable. Australia wildlife? You know, it's really something I genuinely find funny about Australian wildlife is everybody in the world is very scared of Australian wildlife. Australian wildlife, from what I can tell. Yet, every time I speak with an Australian, like over Discord or directly, they're scared of our wildlife here in Canada, which I think is really funny. It's just like, we're scared of things that we're not used to, basically. It's like, but don't you have bears? Is almost always what I get. It's like, well, I mean, moose are pretty fucking scary. I feel like I could just kind of step over a lot of the scary things that would kill you in, like, you know, everybody goes on about funnel web spiders, but, like, I've seen videos of people see a funnel web spider and they go, oh, and they just walk around it, or, like, dumping it out of their shoe kind of thing. Where it's like, if a moose charges you, just good luck. You're... Huh? Oh, shit. Those ogres ain't messing around. They got way ahead of the curve. And they just killed one of my Spearmasters. They killed Cole. My god. I didn't realize they were so far up. I guess they just... The blind cave ogres and the troll just, like, do not care about the cat, I guess. They just do not at all care about the cat. Here comes the ogre. Oh no, not Raikalu. Not Raikalu. Run, Raikalu. Buddy. Also, one of them made it all the way up to here. Holy shit. Come on, dwarves. Start shooting them. Get them. Hit them with bolts. Only hit him at least once. Possibly twice. Uh-oh. Who'd you kill now? You kill Hilmar! Not Hilmar! Come on, dwarves. Pick them off. This is what I get for saving and reloading. Seems like Pineapple is dueling with the creature, hitting it with the pickaxe multiple times, mostly dodging, actually, and getting their weapons deflected. This creature is actually armed, which is scary, and now also armed with 2 bolts, one lodged in its lower body and one stuck in its head. I hear the antenna will make you smarter. They continue to fight. One of my spear dwarves shows up. Oopsies. Sending them down here. There's one all the way down here. I should also bury this dwarf right here. Before the body gets burned. It might be too late. That might be too late. Yeah, it's definitely too late. I'm gonna kill that last one. All right, so you right there, that's Cole O-N-U. Okay, well, at least we know that you're dead. Means I can go all the way up to here. Okay, well, squads all leave, as they bloody well should. You're gonna go pick up equipment. And on 4, no! And on 4, why? What squad are you in? You're in your own squad, right? There you go. I booted Anon 4 out of their squad so that they wouldn't go die. Anon 4, no! Why must you disobey all of the orders so directly? Anon 4, why? Turn around, there you go. Okay, I will re-add you to the military after the siege is over. Okay, so. Yes, they did get their Billin statue. I can go look at it if you like. I don't think I ever read the description of it. But they did in fact get it. Anon is trolling. This is very accurate for someone with the username Anon, so. Okay, how full is this? Quite full. I will forbid you. Now we get to find out if this minecart trick actually functions. I don't know if it will, so we now know that it's there. I'm not going to close the door behind them so that they'll theoretically have a way out. Let's see how this goes. Oh, did you see that? This child was directly underneath this minecart. Like, we very narrowly missed it. Like, extremely narrowly missed it. Anyway, can I get some crypt zooms? There goes the first one. There goes the second one. Ooh! And the third one. See ya, Gobbin. Oh, wow. I didn't even see that. This one got hit pretty bad. Okay, so I will wait for them to hit here before I fire the next one. So I don't actually know if this is going to work. I know how to set up minecart shotguns, but I've never set up a minecart shotgun like this. So if it doesn't work, then... You hope you have my bones stubbed it in the foot. Well, hopefully it will. Dwarves, turn around, please. Dwarves, please, turn around, please. Dwarves, please, turn around, please. Dwarves, please. Please, 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 please. Okay, that's it. Can you turn around, please? No. Well, if you must. Oh, hey, now they turned around. Magical. That doesn't make any sense. Me telling them to go train should have made them attack, but I'll take their cowardice because it just saved their lives. And extra weight. Just fill minecarts with dwarves and extra weight. Why not statues of dwarves? Or statues of dwarves making minecarts, or statues of minecarts killing goblins with the goblins screaming. We could do lava, but then it would just be a lava shotgun. And if I were to do lava, then I would set it up for that. This is kind of set up to be its own thing, so. Basically, like, it's kind of a different use case for a pretty different design. I'm waiting for whoever come to pull the lever. Origin 64 gets to pull the lever. And this is the one with the coins in it. Let's see if this works. Nope. No, it does not. I need to set them up somehow to launch, because right now it's not going to launch. Although, wait. Where did the coins go? Huh. Coins fell on the tracks, did it? Oh, you're right. I wonder if the next ones are going to get knocked down in with it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm actually just going to close this for a sec, because, like, this is really starting to irritate me. And I can just shoot minecarts at them. And this is what happens when you, like, withdraw all your funds from the bank, I guess. I really need to rebuild this area. This area is kind of messed up. It's probably just going to go over top of them, right? Yeah, it just flies over them. Still funny, though. Oi. Whoa. That's kind of fucky. They're all just, like, stuck in the wall now. All right, well, let's just fire these rapid fire then. Here comes the first one. Nyum. Here, I'll move my camera over here so it's a little easier to see. There goes the first one. Second one coming any moment. Here comes the next one. Pretty successful again. And then the final one, I think. There should be one more. Yep, here they come. So I could make some minecart shotguns with this setup. I just need to build it slightly differently. So if you guys do want me to shoot coins at things, we can do that. I'm just gonna have to move it to a slightly different location. God, that is so brutal. Also, there's some lava down here, so just for the laughs, I'm also gonna just drop a bunch of these down in here. And let's go pull this. And now we wait, because most of these goblins are directly below this. This should immediately rout the siege. Whenever they pull it. Oh, there it goes. Well, it's a little bit far forward, but... bunch are going to fall down into the lava in a moment now, too. Oh, here comes Dwarf to pull the lever. Whew. The game hitched again, and I was very concerned for a moment. The fact that the siege hasn't broken yet is kind of astonishing to me, but maybe now it'll break. Teehee. These goblins are having a rough day, let me tell you. Darren, thank you very much for the 59th month. That's a lot of months. Did you know that? It's a whole lot of months. Let's fire this off again. Let's drop them again. Yeah, they're just leaving. That's the siege. That's it. It's over. It's all over. Let's actually just cancel that. We don't need it. It's a lot of years, yeah, Serverlord. Assigning laner, you have your jobs. The current one, you're pretty sure that you can have a dwarf assigned to multiple jobs. Don't worry about assigning labor manually. The game automatically assigns labor to dwarves as needed. Game, please, don't do this to me again. Yeah, same, Droven. What did you do, someone? You did not mean to add to it? Oh, I see. You mean did not mean to add a T. I was like, what do you mean you didn't add to it? You did nothing. Turtle it is. Yep. Well, shizbutts. I honestly, if you're new to the game, Calroar, just set everything to everybody does this whenever that option is available. Like, even the frame rate was improving. You guys can't see this, but we were actually running at 45 frames a second for the last couple minutes. The problem is, like, I can't even, like, save the game and report this because we flew. The goblins certainly did. It happened again. It seems like it, yeah. I'm trying to think of like ways that I could solve this potentially because like I can't pause. Although actually there is one difference. My mouse is here. The last time this happened, the mouse wasn't here. Let me just click this button a bit and see if that does anything. I can't move the game, so how the exit door is closed. I didn't close the exit door this time. I presumed that's what caused the game to short circuit, but there's nothing I can do currently. DF hack also doesn't pop up. It's not even a for now. Like, it didn't happen at all the first time the mouse visible. Did you see this the first time it happened, Suited? Because this happened before. in the exact same situation, more or less. Because they made some changes to how pathing works. And it basically hung like this for about 10 minutes. And eventually we gave up and I had to hard crash and restart. So, yeah, very neat. This is how I would describe it. Very, very neat. Definitely. At least for me, the good news is this isn't going to make me never play the game again. But for some people, this is enough to go leave negative review and say, bad game, game busted, never playing again, don't recommend, awful game for bad people. I'm not sure how to report this bug. After, 400 hours into the game, because it hitched once. I mean, I do think it's kind of funny. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Genuinely, I've played enough of this game to think that this is kind of funny. I'm gonna let it sit, though, for another 3 minutes or so. I mean, just clip this and report it. It's certainly... I've done it twice now. It's not even a crash. It's the game, infinite locks, right? But it did... I don't know if you guys saw it, but a minute ago before the game hard locked, there was a brief period where it hitched and then started up again. So I'm going to cross my fingers. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. Yeah, that's often my response when the game breaks is, oof, my bad. Instead of stupid game. It's I should have known better. No, I've had top up this, well, not top, I've had P top up this entire time, and I don't see any changes. You think we should try again? What other options do we have? Although I'm kind of sad, because apparently somebody made a discovery, and I didn't get to see what it was. But no, the game's just running like normal. Yeah, I saw. Usually when they make... Also, hey, Space Potatoes, it's good to see you. Usually when they make big sweeping changes to pathing or any kind of under-the-hood system, like line of sight, weird issues like this crop up for a week, so I'm not too surprised. Maybe it's the discovery. Ha! Save before the lava? Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Or just, don't do the lava. Also a possibility. With the shenanigans, yeah, I do kind of push the limits. Chat, can anybody remember if I named Neezer if I named Shogun for Neezer before or after the reload? Because I can't remember. I've been joking about this for years, that Dwarf Fortress is one of the only games I've ever played where I could be convinced of something as silly as that. I feel like if the dwarves could discover that they were living in a simulation, the game would crash a lot more. Just saying. I do genuinely think that the game would crash a lot more. I did see the game move. The fire moved. Also, believe it or not, this is a good sign. This just popped up. I've definitely mused while I was a little bit too stoned more than once about how I think it would be really funny if the world ended, like IRL Earth world ended, or society collapsed because Dwarf Fortress escaped into the internet. Suddenly all the bombs go off. Fun fact, Greg, and then some. This happens on my PC, every time the game saves, at least once, I get that pop-up. So that's actually not a bad thing. It just means it's thinking. What's the FPS? Oh, it hasn't changed since the game hitched. That would worry you? Nah. It would worry me if it hadn't done that as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress pretty much. Any like longer term fort, it does that. And I've had the game hard lock like this and then never say that it's not responding and then eventually crash. But if it says it's not responding a couple times, it usually comes back. It just said it again. So I'm thinking there may be a hope. Basically, in the time we've been talking and since the game has paused, I don't think a frame has passed. Anonymous, thanks for checking a gift at Salty Tempest. Welcome back, Salty. It's good to have you, my friend. Enjoy the subbity scrubbity. It's good to have you back, man. 60 frames per year, if that. Maybe 12. Like, truthfully here, if I was playing this on my own time and not streaming, I would just get up and leave, go make lunch, come back and see if it had fixed itself. Because, like, talking to the, Sethados, who made Arch Crystal, because he, like, the last 100 years or so of that fort, the game was at, like, a frame per second. Like, a frame per second for, like, the last of it. And fights would take a day and a half because the game would go sub 1 FPS. And he, like, has talked to me about this where he's just like, yeah, no, I would just, like, get up and leave and go do completely unrelated things and then, like, come back, take a shower, and see if the game had, like, figured itself out yet. Because, like, that's the weird thing about Dwarf Fort is, like, unless the game is actually stuck in an infinite loop, which is really rare, and it doesn't appear to be, otherwise it would have crashed probably, it will eventually figure itself out. If we stop watching it, it'll fix itself. What if I tab out? Okay, I'm now looking at Dwarf Fort. I'm not looking at Dwarf Fort. I'm not looking at Dwarf Fort. Instead, I'm watching Tarn.
This is Tarn Adams, co-founder of Bay 12 Games and co-creator of Dwarf Fortress. And I'm here to bring you a update on Dwarf.
I'm not gonna lie, it's really fucking weird to like watch YouTube videos in Steam. Like I never do this.
Fortress development. It's March 2025. So at the end of January, we put up the graphical version of Adventure Mode, the RPG part of Dwarf Fortress. And with that, we've completed our graphics and interface overhaul of the game. Back in December of 2022, we put out Fort Mode, the big sort of
allegedly salty. I haven't tested it though,
and did some updates for that. And then we got Adventure Mode done just a few months ago. So this is pretty much the whole game. I mean, there's a few things left to do, like site building, Legends Mode maps, but pretty much ready to go. So it's cool. It's great, right? We've got this interface overhaul done, and we're ready to continue on with the project. And there's a lot more to do. On an experimental branch right now, we have the Lua update for Dwarf Fortress. So what that does is takes the text files that define the Dwarf Fortress objects, as well as some code that did some procedural generation, and puts it into scripts. So if you're
unfortunately no more interruptions,
person, and you want to dive into Dwarf Fortress modding, there hasn't been a better time. You can go there now, and on top of the creatures and items and materials that you could always change, you can now change the procedural creatures. You can try your hand at vampiric curses or changing them to something else entirely, right? There's a lot of power in scripting, and it's a great time to go check it out. So that's over on the experimental branch up on Steam. We've also been doing routine patches, right? The development of Adventure Mode.
I'm actually just waiting for some ads to end now.
Clean up a little bit. So most recently, I've been adding the ability to use the previous material when replacing construction, so you don't have to go through all the menus over and over again, saying like granite, granite, granite. Now you can just select it and place as many little granite structures as you want, for instance. We've added some dimensional readouts when you drag rectangles. Over in adventure mode, you can now see your speed displayed, which was important to people. We nerfed some food values because people were buying out entire caravans with a few roasts. That's all fixed up. Yeah, you can see picked fruit from the trees now. We've done some graphical updates as well. So if you want to see a hazel catkin in adventure mode, you can just pull one off a tree and look at it in your hand now. So yeah, going well there. But on top of that, we're
Okay, hold on. Eh? Sag. It's still telling me it's not responding. I'm gonna see if I can, like, pause the game. Yeah, honestly, I have to agree with you. It's maybe one of the better. I'd say it's one of the best quality of life updates alongside of the. Do you guys remember when DF first launched on Steam and that first version, you had to manually click every single brick you wanted? So if you were to place a patch of like 250 blocks, you had to click the button 250 times. I honestly think it's the best like quality of life patch they've added since the all button that was placed right there. Welcome back, Ilmarian. Games stopped. Not to be confused with GameStop. You don't like hearing about that? Well, it was a thing. You've wanted that for years? I'm trying to think what that means. Cuz like wait, hold on. Does that mean that pressure plates with water on them aren't triggered until water gone? Because that's kind of whack if that's actually what that means. I've been trying to figure out what that means in my head until you just brought it up. So I read it this morning and I had no idea what it meant. It's not a crash. I mean, the game's technically still running, but it's certainly hard locked. All right, it's been 15 minutes. I'm gonna call it. Let's bash her. Then don't eat a whole pizza. Past it. I'm sorry, that sucks. Maybe choose your food choices better. But get well soon. Sometimes the prices we pay for the tasty foods isn't worth it. Before you could only do 1 to 7. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what I would use that for specifically, but... That's upsetting. I don't need you to share any more information past it. I hope you feel better soon, though. That sucks. Recently? Clearly you do not do enough shopping in the cheap pizza food aisle. Trust me, that's not a recent thing, Frogfire. That's just it's a constant with frozen pizzas. That's also disturbing. Thanks for sharing, Suited. I'm not going to say that people deserve to get what they get, but like, man. YouTube's delay is kind of wild. Like, in theory, the tech on like YouTube Live is more up to date than on Twitch. Like, it's a more recent codec, but I feel like if your internet is slightly not up to the task, the delays get significantly worse. Even though I do have the low latency turned on YouTube. Also, hello, elephants in YouTube chat. Speaking of. Forest of Borkness has arrived. All right, so chat, do me a humongous favor. Remember... What? I'm confused. Where? Oh, I see. Bookkeeper, not broker. It's like, who did I name Shogun? Do me a huge favor, chat. Remind me to save before I pull the thing. Yes, I did the thing. Okay. Or I'll just simply presume that the problem is the... Let's just forget all of this. That or I'll just presume that the problem is the speed, is the lava, and we can just fight them. I think we'll just do it that way. I'll just fight them and then burn the bodies. We'll do it that way. This is going to end with way more bodies, but at least I'll get the easier cleanup, you know? Hail Armok, burn in blood. Although I will say, once again, I am blocking the frame rate, but the frame rate is, like, significantly better than it was. We're running at, like, 40 FPS now. So I don't know what's changed, but something's changed. Yeah, I wonder what local beastie we'll get this time for sure. Also, that means Hilmar has been resurrected, I think. Yes. I'm also going to set children to item hauling. Just to help get things cleaned up. But we gotta wait for that beast. Yeah, we're up to 45 frames a second now. Well, at the ogres? Yeah, ideally that won't be a problem this time. What was I doing? Right, I was gonna get rid of these guys. I crashed the game and we jumped back in time again. So no, it was not safe. It did not fix itself. I had to jump back in time. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, so this was before I allowed coins to be put into one of them. Well, what I could do... The Forgotten Beast Foal has come, a great three-eyed, eight-legged newt. Sounds like a nursery rhyme. It has a bloated body, and its eggplant skin is wrinkled. Beware its web. I shall beware its web. Be wary of the webs. All right, so let's see. Where is this? Let's make sure all this is set up because I can't remember. It is. Okay. Putnam lurks in this chat more often than I think people realize. And also, word spreads pretty quickly when there's like 400 people watching a thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if somebody's already pinged Putnam about it. She's probably aware. To truly earn his chance, Ilmar will have his opportunity, don't worry. Hello, Coco. How are you? Oh my god, hi! Look at chat. So greeting-ish. This thing looks creepy. It's very rare that, like, the sprites look unique, but this one really does look unique. It's one of those things where it's like, you see the patterns pretty quickly, you know? I also kind of hate it, yeah. Orange. I'll say orange. Fine, fine. I'm doing okay. The game keeps breaking, but I think that's because of me pushing it a bit too far in a day when they fixed some stuff. Also, what was the response out of curiosity? Armitage? New to DF since the 2010 era? Ah, that's fair. All you can think of is Donkey Kong? Is that because there's a banana next to your name? I think it might have something to do with the banana next to your name. See, I played around 2010 and, like, played off and on ever since. Mostly on since 2018-ish. Why is it just going swimming? Beastie. Go fight. The llama. Please. I love how, like, I think I'm the only person here who didn't watch the Nintendo Direct. You didn't watch it? Oh. Then how'd you get the banana? Isn't that like what gives you the banana? I thought that's how you got the banana, but okay. I presumed it was a drop from the Nintendo Direct. Was it a clip sharing thing? Okay, well, the banana was an April Fool's thing. Oh. Okay, well, this shows just how much I pay attention to what Twitch does. By that, I mean not much at all. Well, I guess it's just an out-of-season April Fool's Day joke now. So in the past, I've hosted some podcasts, and every now and again I get some of the strangest emails from random companies that I've never heard of. Someone just sent me an email saying, your podcast, episode number, doesn't matter, is number 21 in searches and popularity for searches regarding Ugly Sonic, also Rip Bolter. That's a damn shame. You're a good dwarf. Two, actually. Theo S. also died. God damn it. Where are you going? Don't you turn around. One of the other ones was trying to leave. Go fucking figure. Well, you're dead. It's very sunny here. We have summoned the weather mages to send all of our lovely snow and ice storms south. Clearly. You've angered the great wizards of the north, and you shall have pretty snow flurries. Anyway, that's number 13. And I will quick save again. So many levers, trust me. There's way more. That's only some of them. That's just for the containments. Oh. Well, shit. In that case, we've angered the wizards from the further north, and they're trying to murder you. Or maybe actually, I've got a perfectly logical explanation for this. Boom, boom. That will make perfect sense. The Eye of Sauron is no longer gazing directly at Toronto and trying to obliterate all of its bike lanes and usability and walkability and travelability and livability, and is now pointing at the U.S., which is causing the heat from the emanating gaze of the Eye of Sauron to be projected in a different direction, which is making the storms worse, but is probably preserving your bike lanes. That or Toronto Maple Leafs won. Something. And so the rest of Canada is just sending anger at you. Yeah. It's the only thing I really remember about hockey is that nobody likes the Leafs. That's news to me. Oh, it's not possible. You're right. So, because I keep getting distracted because the game keeps crashing, the statue of Anon 4 is an image of them laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of them here in 375. So I've been here for 12 years. That was the leader of my Mark's Dwarves. It's actually kind of funny. Let me check something. I do need some new Mark's Dwarves, so I'll just throw in some dwarves that may fit the task, because it's something they train really quickly. Cool, nobody died. All right. Well, I mean, those two dwarves did. You know, there's part of me that's just really tempted to turtle this. So I think I'm going to do that for a little bit. Okay, let's just get the dwarves that died buried. Let's get a few things moved around. One of those things that I want to get moved around is this. Let's just make iron minecart. Sure, 10's fine. And then I'm just going to put a stockpile here. The stockpile is going to be for coins. Steel, iron, platinum. I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to get rid of this stockpile. I'm going to claim all of these. I'm also going to go over to, where is it? This stockpile. And I'm going to set it as a, so which will, stockpile will take items, which this stockpile will give items. I want this stockpile to give items to here. Done. Then you, coin 1 is just going to load all coins. It's going to load from this stockpile. And it's going to kick them that way. And I'm just going to do this real quick. I don't even know if this is going to work, so this is going to be kind of a test run. So we're going to find out. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to pull this lever. Looks like what works, George? I do have to say, hang in there, Toronto, if you guys are actually getting crappy weather. That shit sucks. I'm trying to just make light of, you know, piles of terrible situations, you know? Well, there goes the nice-ish frame rates. I'm gonna brew some oolong tea. Well, brew what you gotta brew, man. What? Oh. We finally realized Bolter's been missing. I kind of figured they had access to that, but I guess they didn't. Okay. George. Somebody say the word banana. Carlos Solari, what kind of banana would you like? What kind of dwarf would you like? That was not an intentional slip up. Can I ask what what announcements you're should I be afraid to ask what announcements you're referring to? Salty. Also, congratulations on your new computer purchase. I hope it good. Can I ask which? Here's the thing. There's a lot of shit going on. Which thing are you referring to? Did tariffs hit today for computer prices or something? Everything has tariffs now. Ah, right. Oops, accidentally all tariffs. You know, I will say that this has been like probably the heaviest an entire population has been taught about one thing in economics maybe ever. It kind of sucks, but let's just make sure that this is locked. Yes, it is. Dwarf's having a hard time picking them all up. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's one of the reasons why I was jokingly asking earlier today whether or not the price for the new Nintendo Switch is before or after tariffs. Because like 32% shit, that's a lot. It's a fucking lot. Breathing now has tariffs? Well, you know, you could probably buy an aluminum tin of oxygen, which kind of similar-ish. You know, it's really funny you saying Mario Kart being $90 is wild. Because video games have been $90 in Canada for like 4 years. Likeliest to die would you be your preference? So anybody in the military? How's this look? %? Jesus Christ. On Pakistan and Laos. That's... She has an incredibly calm demeanor and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. I'm also going to turn this off. And this off. Everybody in Fortress. She has an incredibly calm demeanor and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and has a sense of duty, is curious and eager to learn, and often feels envious of others, is stubborn and can handle stress and doesn't and often feels discouraged. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she tends to stare unwaveringly when she's speaking to somebody. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about family one way or another. She likes Pericles as well as bismuth and milk opal and amber and warhammers and gauntlets and floodgates and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and when possible prefers to consume copperhead and snake and persimmon wine, and absolutely hates toads. Welcome to the fort. Has no friends and is a member of the sect of Amethyst. And I'm going to permit the Gobbin's entry. You know what's fucked? That might be the... Maybe not a flight to Taiwan, but maybe... But no, because like flying back to the US, you'd have to pay tariff. Like, because that would go on your import fee. So, like, if you were to fly to Canada or whatever and buy a graphics card, or drive to Canada and buy a graphics card, when you cross the border back, you'd have to pay it. Don't fall. Have a good time, Orange. I wonder if you're going to the same bouldering gym that my little sister used to go to. Anyway. Have a good time. $4,500 in Brazil, which is 2 months of one house for a video game. It's hard to live in a stupid country. I mean, I don't know if I would say stupid, but it's hard to live in a country that's not in a good economic situation globally. But you're more than allowed to call your country stupid. I just can't call your country stupid. Because I wouldn't want to piss off the very lovely, loyal Brazilian fan base that I have. I know that there's at least 24 of you, and you always say come to Brazil, so you must be legion. Yes, you can. I mean, I will call the U.S. stupid all I want, but Brazil's far enough away from me that I feel bad. Also, I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't actually know what's going on there half the time. Like, I was literally just having a conversation with somebody about this recently that, like, North America has no idea what's going on in South America most of the time, unless you speak the language. Because, like, it's one of the most... Like, I have a better idea of what's going on in, like, anywhere in Asia or Europe at any given time than I actually, maybe the one place I know less about would be, like, the Philippines. I know, like, nothing about what's going on in the Philippines but most of the time. Because, like, it just doesn't travel here. XCOM memes are pretty funny. Yes. I used to always put my my home base in Brazil on XCOM. I can't remember why. I haven't played OG XCOM in a while. You know, honestly, right now seems like a good time for me to show this off again. So there's a strip club in Vancouver. Just hold that thought. There's a strip club in Vancouver called the Penthouse, which recently got banned from Twitter. Which might, like, be a bad thing. But they got banned from Twitter for posting... I can't find the original, like, tweet anymore, but... They got banned from Twitter for posting this the other week. Wait, really? Salty? Huh. Yeah, see, I had no idea about that. And, you know, you don't understand this one? Well, I live in Victoria, actually. I lived in the greater Vancouver area my entire life, though. I moved here earlier this year. Basically, Canada uses British spelling for almost everything. So it's like... Yeah, we're neighbors, but we're not neighbors. Kind of thing. I like to think that Elon Musk personally banned them for that. Shy Pandemonium. No, they don't. Although, okay. So here's the two things I know about strip clubs in Canada. 1, no, there isn't a coin slot. 2, no, you don't throw coins at them. You give them 5s. And then 3, apparently it's a thing in Calgary specifically. Don't ask me why I know this. Specifically in Calgary, it's a thing where they'll have like a sticky target and you throw coins at that. So they'll like hold up like like a thing that has like a little bit of adhesive on it, and you throw them at that. Don't throw coins at strippers. That's rude. No! Who died this time? Oh, somebody named Ingiz. I don't even know who this is. Well, rip. But at the very least, that's just my experience in the establishments I've been to. Yes, I've been to a strip club. I'm not a child. Most of them specifically have signs saying, please don't throw coins at the girls. I'm sure nobody would stop you if you placed one, but I don't think I've ever seen that. Because I was talking about a Vancouver-based strip club getting banned from Twitter for posting a spelling joke. Kind of not too surprised about a bunch of dwarves dying here. Why is our goddamn guinea pig? Does not train their agility. This is very specific Dwarf Fortress humor. Run, dwarves! Run, Tholteg! No! What squad are you in? Arrows of Spray? Run, in the door. Not, okay. That's not the door for Tholteg. You're supposed to go into the door. Well, if you don't go into the door and you die, that's on you. Poker chips. Well, I mean, hey. Rip. I'm annoyed, but it's okay. Life goes on. Based on my YouTube stats, it would be very unlikely. Unless it's a male stripper. Because like 97% of my audience is male. So... You know what's funny? It's not the first time a photo of their marquee has gone viral on Twitter either. For like kind of sketchy jokes. It's okay. We need more local Vancouver businesses on, it's a fancy word for sign. It's like, you know when a movie theater has a sign that says, now playing, so-and-so and so-and-so? That's what that is. So now we get to test out the coin launcher a second time. And we'll see how it goes. This is the third time I've done this siege. Exactly, watching from work. Yes. I'm actually convinced, Elephants, that YouTube stats lie. You live on the island as well? Hello, fellow island person. The one that really shocks me is that there's a regular in the Twitch chat who is from the San Juan Islands, which is like incredibly low odds. That's like having somebody from Salt Spring watching. Maybe lower odds, actually. I wonder what the population of Salt Spring versus San Juan is. Probably. I need to look. And also, Jesse England in YouTube chat. I'll have you know, this is an oddly specific spot, but I'll state it because it's a well-known location. I got randomly recognized by somebody in Swans about a month ago. Somebody just walked up to me and said, I like your YouTube videos, and then walked away. And I'm like, I'm 4 beers in. I'm going to just say, oh no. Because that's the only thing my brain can like, cop together. I do remember for a good long while, back when my stream team had a podcast, Shy Pandemonium, we were the most popular video game podcast in Honduras that was in English. And from what I can tell, 2 people listened in Honduras. We were the #1 video game podcast in Honduras that spoke the English language for like a solid year. And I'm willing to bet money it was somebody's VPN. I'm willing to bet money it was just somebody's VPN. But I still think it's really funny. We had this running inside joke in the team for a bit there that, like, Honduras have VPN servers? You should check, actually. I don't know what's funnier, if it's that or not. That's actually a good point. I hadn't contemplated that. Anyway, we joked about making t-shirts for a bit there that said I'm big in Honduras, but we didn't do it. We thought it would be in poor taste and come off as bad more often than not. All right, well then there was 2 people in Honduras that listened to my stuff. Maybe 1 person with a phone and a computer. You said it in Spanish. Well, we didn't, so. I feel like you'd think that like every country with like electricity would be selling servers at this point. Maybe like if you said it in English grammar but in Spanish. Actually, don't know how different, because like Spanish is a Romance language, right? So it's probably pretty different grammatically. I know like no Spanish. I know like the odd word, and that's about it. Wouldn't be too different, but it would be different enough to be noticeable though, right? NordVPN has Honduras VPN servers? Well, there you go. That would just make it sound like an innuendo in English, though, Krista. But yeah, that's called a Romance language. Need to brush up on your Spanish again? Probably most of us do. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. It might. It also might not. Wish us luck, chat. Oh, hey, there's a ghost. Boom Boom's ghost is back and tantruming, apparently. Do I have a tombstone for this? I've been too distracted with the game breaking. Well, at least that's easy to remember. Boom Boom. This is correct, yes. English is, in fact, Germanic. Oh, well, that explains why that's not working. Is nobody coming to kick it? Come on, dwarves. This is not optimal. There you go. You're coming to push track vehicle. Where are you, though? I'll send the squads down to fight after this. Let's see if this sucker works. Yep. Okay, well, that worked. I would actually say that worked way better than I thought it would. I'm now going to slam this shut. And go down here. Fire this sucker. Hopefully it's somebody close by who goes and does it. Send these squads down here to go fight these two. Maybe those three. Okay, actually, let's just send them right here. Shut to the gob, and you go splat. It's a funny way to start off a fight. Let's see if the rest of them will make it. Nope. All right, let's do it again. Already shot a bunch of money at them. Come on. Just momentary combat sounds. Must have ended pretty quickly. Uh-oh. That seems like it did. Question is, did more goblins get over here? Not that I'm seeing. Also, I'm going to tell the Marks dwarves to go stand right here. Even though their commander died again. And here we go again. I really like German. It does sound angry, but I don't think it's an ugly language. Maybe it's an ugly language if you have poor taste. Let's also go back up here and open this up again. Fire the next one. Fires the missiles. And let's... Where am I going to put Boom Boom's body? Let's put one of these right here, because a bunch of dwarves did die here. Here goes another one. Let's see if I can fire multiples. I'm gonna try. There goes another round. Oh my god, that's never gonna get old. Truly is never gonna get old. Uh-oh. This is actually not good. Got these slightly out of order. Yep. All right, well, do the last one. There we go. Here comes another wall. Oh no! The coins stop minecarts? What? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Well, good to know, I guess. Boom Boom's been laid to rest. All of the mine carts have gone. So now it's time to line the soldiers up and let's see what the body count is. Because the unfortunate reality is there's going to be a lot of goblins that need killing. Here comes my first Marks Dwarf, who is loosing bolts. I'll kill an Asteth, the Spear Dwarf, who's there and naked for some reason. First round of goblins get to fly to pieces as the dwarves begin to move up. Goblins seem to be in a bit of a bad way, but Donut's gonna lead the charge, chat. You ready? Here we go. Donut charges. Is now in a martial trance. We've lost a Spear Dwarf named Esteth. That was that first one that got super heavily injured. Militia Commander kicks the Goblin Hammerman in the upper right back tooth with his right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Militia Commander stabs the Goblin in the neck with an elemental stone spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the upper spine's nervous tissue through the copper mail armor. These spears do definitely instantly destroy armor, which is very strong. But the dwarves are starting to, like, break the line a little bit. I mean, we've certainly got a ways to go. We've also got Saigon and the Mace Lord here. Anon 4 is in the fighting. Anon 4 is bashing the Beak Dog with a Bronze Warhammer, which is certainly doing quite well. We've got Dishmab up here, who's hopefully not going to become a dishcloth, if you know what I'm saying. But Anon 4, the legendary Hammer Dwarf, is certainly earning his pay on this day. For the Horde is winded and cannot breathe and is suffocating, but is still fighting. Seems like he got bit in the foot. He got hit in the neck with an Iron Warhammer, which tore his spine. So For the Horde is going to fall. But we have to say, congrats, because he is continuing to push through. In fact, he's not only is he still fighting, he's mostly biting. He's biting a Beak Dog, bruising the muscle. And he bites a Beak Dog in the head, which bruises the muscle. How many kills do you have? You've killed a Beak Dog, so congratulations on your glory. Tholtag has been found dead. The dwarves continue to fight forwards. Anon 4 isn't tired yet. Donut, however, is, and is continuing to push through the goblin hordes, but dwarves are beginning to fall. We do still have more backup coming. Alluri hasn't quite made it to the fight yet, neither has this dwarf. Zalvi hasn't either, but is making their way in. Which is largely what they need. They just need backup. If they can get some backup, they do have a bit more of a chance. Who just fell? Ton fell. The dwarves are continuing to push through the goblin walls of death. And For the Horde is slowly backing off. Flame Thief is not going to witness her husband dying, and that's probably for the best. But Flame Thief's wife is also a kindred spirit with Anon 4, so perhaps those two will get together after the fact, assuming Anon 4 makes it through. Who is now in a martial trance, which means he does not get tired. Dwarves getting tired is the thing that kills them the fastest. He's very satisfied after improving wrestling, after all. He doesn't seem to really care about much of anything. Rest in peace For the Horde. The dwarves are continuing to fight. Dishmab, the swords dwarf, has been found dead, but they are holding the line as best they can, although another mace dwarf has been found dead. For the horde's dead. Anon 4 has been found dead. Donut's been found dead. Seems like the goblin hordes are beginning to have the best of the dwarves. We haven't even broken the siege yet, which is a true shame. V's been found dead. Saigon's been found dead. Moral's been found dead. Who's still fighting? Zephon is still fighting alongside of Toulon, the Axe Lord. The siege has yet to be broken. It's now exhausted, but in a martial trance and continuing to fight. What a brave dwarf. I mean, you know what I could do? I could see if this will hardlock the game again. I could drop the lava. And if it hardlocks the game again, then we have another chance. Many casualty, yeah. I mean, it depends. Do you want there to be a chance for these dwarves to have a second chance at redemption, or do you want it to be like... I need to close the gate. Let's see what happens. There you go. We'll give them the quick save. I really didn't want to kill my dwarves this way. But, you know, here we are. I like how you guys are all fine with accepting deaths, and I'm just sitting here going like, but I have to train another round of soldiers. Fuck. Chad's like, it's fine, let them die. And I'm like, but then I have to build a new army. But. I'm glad you are. I think that the music just triggers if more than 10 die in, like, a certain time window. Chat's always willing to make it. I'm not, but... Now let's see if it breaks again. I'm also going to have to... You know. Memorialize every single one of these dwarves manually. Let's see what happens. Oh, should also pull this. I'm amazed the siege has yet to break. I mean, we're at 40 frames right now, which is way better than it's been. Because the lava tries to flow to the same level. I'm not letting it flow upwards. This is above. So this is 2 levels above the fighting area. The lava's not going up, it's going down. I mean, you can make it flow up, and I've done that many times. It's called lava geysers. Yeah, you're right. If anything, it looks like it's speeding up. We're up to 42 frames per second now. Up. Terribly, everybody died, Bone Doll. I mean, not everybody, but vast majority of them died. Spoke too soon. Yep. But we saved, so we can try it again. Yes, it was all you, Josh. Definitely. The siege had broken, but, yeah, I don't know. Why were they there in the first place? Chat, you explain this one. I don't feel like explaining this one. If you've missed the entire day, then I can't help you, mate. Basically, I've been dealing with this for the last 2 hours, and I don't want to talk about it, is the actual answer. So I'll let chat explain it. Maybe not all day, but for the better part of half the day, Flaccidium. Did I just pause it, or am I stupid? Simply put, the game keeps hardlocking itself in a seemingly infinite pathing loop whenever I try to burn the enemy's siege. So the theory was if we fought them one-on-one, head-to-head, and then tried to burn them, it wouldn't hardlock, but it just did again, which is why I'm doing this again. Why was the army there in the first place? Because I was hoping that it would help break the siege without the game hardlocking, but it doesn't seem to be. It was more than several seconds. Like, they start pathing out, and then it locks. But yes, that's been consistent. My idea was that maybe if I burn, or if I fight them manually and then just burn the bodies, it wouldn't hardlock the game. Okay, now it seems to have worked. But yeah, my military's dead. So I'm building new squads from scratch. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Placid. That or all the goblins died because all I'm seeing is speak dogs. There it goes again. Here's the thing, Armitage. I've done this about 30 times successfully in this fort. Something changed in the pathing code between today and yesterday that's causing an infinite loop. I don't think changing the design would fix it. I think there's an overload in the code somewhere that's breaking it. Because it's happening again right now. So there's an issue in the game that is completely unrelated to the design of this defense. This kind of defense has worked in Dwarf Fortress for the better part of 15 years. Something's busted. There's one more thing I'm willing to try, though, before I just give up. It's already been reported, I think, Larry. I'm not going to go personally DM Putnam, because I guarantee you at least half a dozen of you already have. If she reaches out to me, I'll send her the save file, but trust me, she probably already knows. Also, she was lurking earlier, so. There's one more thing I'm willing to try. No, it's fine. It's not like the game itself that's making my job less easy, Josh, though. It's answering the same question a million times. That's the only part about this that's hard for me, is like having to explain why it's happening repeatedly. Because the first time I don't mind, second time I don't mind, third time I don't mind, the 15th time I want to sock somebody in the ear. But where are we going here? Let's just say disable multi-threading. This is my last idea. Let's see if it works. This is the only thing I've changed, is I've turned multi-threading off. Although usually multi-threading errors just causes the game to insta-crash, so I don't actually expect this to work. Considering how consistently this has been breaking the game. Yeah, there it goes again. So it's not multi-threading. Yeah, it's the pathing. So we have one option. Reload the save file and turtle. Because I can't fight them. Literally, that's it. So now the question is, do I reload the save file before or after the military died? Yeah, it's in the same spot again. Exactly. So yeah, I give up. It's also got nothing to do with the squad breaking or with the siege breaking. That should be before the military died. It's not smoke. Smoke doesn't make the game do this. Smoke would dissipate eventually, and the game wouldn't hard lock. Because with smoke, the game would go down to a frame per second and then eventually recover, right? I literally let it sit for 20 minutes once, and it didn't recover. So we're just going to turtle then. And for the nightmare, I mean, it's not a nightmare for my dwarf. It's just a nightmare for me and has been. It's been a pretty bad one even. All right, done. Now they should just leave. Oh. You didn't see anything. All right. Well. I'm not going to do that, Armitage. I'm going to wait for them to patch the game. The goblins being there drops the frame rate by about 8. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, I could exterminate them, but that's just directly cheating. So if I'm going to cheat, like, what's the point at that point? I mean, Okay, here's what we can do. I'll open up the drawbridges and we'll fire the minecarts at them, and then I'll just lock the doors. And if a few make it in, we'll fight them, and I'll just try and soften them up as much as I can, and I'll, like, kite them back and forth, so only a couple make it in at a time, but it doesn't kill the entire military, because this is just me trying to figure out why the fuck the game is breaking, primarily. So we'll just do it that way, and I think that's probably the fairest way I can do this. I'm not going to do that for the second time, Forest Owner. I don't like using just built-in traps. If you want to do that, you can do that in your fort. I'll just turtle until they leave. Because I don't want to clean it. Station mark dwarves at the top. Certainly I could. I'm just... Do you want me to just keep repeating myself, chat? I mean, you could just ask me to keep repeating myself, and I'll do that. I could do that all day. But I'm not going to. So, at this point, like, the defense that I know should work, and whatever is causing the pathing to break is causing the pathing to break. And so, if I were to fill the entire trap thing with a replacement defense, then it negates the defense that I built already. And ideally, if this is a actual issue, it'll get patched pretty quickly. Otherwise, I can just roll back to an earlier version. It's very much just a, like, I'm just going to wait until they patch it rather than completely negating the defense that I've spent a bunch of time building. That's the issue here. The doom wall that broke everything a week or so ago. What was the doom wall that broke everything a week or so ago? What does turtling mean? Lock the door and wait for them to leave. That's what turtling means. But no, I will kite them in and out. I don't like building big strips of traps because I find them really fucking boring. Like, it's like the least interesting way to defend the fortress. That's the issue that I have with that. It's just not a fun way to defend a trap. Or to build a trap, rather. So I don't really want to just, like, undo, like, 3 streams worth of construction work, basically. That's pretty effective. Coins hits you in the lower body, bruises the stomach. Could have been more effective. Well, let's get this done. I love how Demon Stir's going to go do it, because Demon Stir was one of the most common lever pullers early on in the fort. Fire off the battery. There goes the first one. Nyum. Second one's been pulled. Time to fire off the third one. It's not going to be super effective, and then we'll have just more spears to clean up. The coins weren't effective at all. I'm probably not going to do much more of that. The idea here is to just simply kill the enemy, not to really worry about anything else. There's nothing fun about setting up spike traps, so you can tell me to set up spike traps all you want, and I'm just going to keep saying no. Or just eventually stop responding to your requests. This, on the other hand, pretty fun. Um, 20-something? I want to say we started it in like 3.6 something. I need to actually look because all of my founders have died now. Nyum. It'd be really fun if that broke the siege, but I don't expect it to. Look at all the death. That's actually not bad. Still got a ways before they actually make it to the fort. I mean, I kind of have those already, Armitage. I'm just, like, if I dedicate really, like, kind of a lot of time to making a very specific type of defense, I'm very reluctant usually to deviate from it. And if it stops working, that's one thing. I'll deviate from it and do something else. But if the game patches and breaks it in a way that it probably shouldn't, I'm just going to wait for them to fix the game. What in the heck? Oh, that's probably smoke. Because so the game hitched up. This is smoke. Because if you look at the frame rate, it's changing. That's smoke. It's when it gets blocked for a second and then it comes back. That's why I know that that other issue with it breaking is not smoke. It could go along here and make a better Mark's Dwarf tower too. That's another thing I can do. I'm just going to wait for them to leave, and then I'll clean out the bodies with lava. They may also leave their wounded, if many of them are maimed. So there's a chance that they will turn around and leave. R3 King, hello. There's a chance that they'll turn around and leave. And then once the majority of them have left, I'll burn the remainder. And maybe that will break the siege. Just going for Hail Marys at this point. From my understanding, your coin shotgun build in its current state is the best it can get. No, it could be absolutely better than that. That coin shotgun was something I threw together in 90 seconds because chat just kept asking me to do it. That is not a particularly effective nor good nor well set up minecart shotgun. If I were to use a minecart shotgun, I would just fire lava. And I would set up drainage so that the lava that's fired would then mostly not block pathing. The problem with using minecart shotguns is they have this, especially in enclosed spaces like this, for lava specifically, is they tend to set the enemy on fire, which can just make the frame rate go to 0 until the smoke clears. So it usually just results in me like clearing smoke a lot with DF hack, which I don't really like doing. So you need effective drainage for the spillover lava. Well, I mean, it wasn't a game of trial and error until the patch came out this morning. I could also be completely wrong. It may not be the patch that's broken it, but it certainly seems like it is. Do I not have a ghost? Oh, Ral. I read the name wrong. Good news is the frame rate's back up to 40. Let's drop some more of them into the lava. The coins when it was exhausting. I mean, the coins are fine. I could absolutely set up more coin shotguns. If you guys really, truly want me to make coin shotguns, I would set them to fire off around here and come from probably around here. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite enough space right there. No, I mean, anyway, I would do it from the sides. I mean, I could do more coin shotguns if you guys want me to. Make a big old coin battery. And I also wouldn't make it a manual fire. In fact, I'll probably just get rid of that one that I made, but yeah, I mean, I could do more coin shotguns. It's just kind of a matter of if I'm going to do more coin shotguns, I need to like actually set it up in a way that's decent. Not the way that I currently have it. Oh, there they go. I just kind of don't want to do lava shotguns. I mean, we could do coin shotguns. We could do weapon shotguns. We could do a lot of that stuff. Weapon shotguns are fun when you fire the weapons that the enemies leave. I don't really want to do discs. And the reason I don't want to do discs is because glass discs melt. And I don't want to waste my materials on discs. I'd rather make furniture. So if I'm going to do weapons, I'll just do whatever the enemy drops. So I don't have to melt it down. Like I'll just use unusable weapons because there isn't really much of a difference of effectiveness between serrated discs and weapons. I mean, there is, but it's negligible. So I'm not going to do serrated shotgun discs, no. Purely because then I'd have to make them. And I don't want to make them out of iron or steel or anything. So I just do whatever, enemy items are left. Because that's exceptionally ineffective. Which Lexus. Although, if you want to load up a box of really heavy rocks, what's much better than that is take a really heavy minecart and then load it up with 12 minecarts and then put that minecart into a minecart with 12 minecarts and then put that minecart into a minecart with 12 minecarts and then infinitely nest the minecarts so you have like 7,000 minecarts and then fire it out of the same shotgun that I've always done, which will just be more effective. But the reason I'm not going to do that is because then you'd have to unassign and reassign minecarts for each individual minecart loading session, and that would just be annoying, and I just don't feel like doing that. The bigger the furniture size, Red Full, the less you can actually fit into a minecart. So as an example, you can only actually put 3 statues into a minecart, which, believe it or not, is not particularly effective. I'm just going to do this now and just hope that this doesn't wreck my frame rate. I mean, I've definitely done fortresses where, like, I'm shooting the enemy bodies at the enemy, which, like, is kind of funny if you have necromancers. Because then you can, like, use necromancy to res some of them. But that's literally all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to thin them out. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing, Sentient. The vast majority of them have left, so I'm figuring that I can probably dump lava on them now. But yeah, you're describing exactly what I'm trying to do. You've never managed to make necromancers helpful? I have. I think like converting your own populace to undead is helpful, but that's not something I want to do in this fort. It's something I'm willing to do like once a year because it is a lot of work. Simply put, Demortra in YouTube chat, game is kind of busted right now for the way I have this set up. And I'm convinced it's due to some sort of infinitely repeating bug. I hate Necromancer dwarves. They're fine, but they also kind of suck. In fairly specific ways. All right, let's just let the dwarves go free underground within the fort. The problem is, yeah, I wonder what that would result in, actually. Can they resurrect, like, completely decomposed bodies? Because I don't think they can. I feel like that might, like... Huh. Interesting. So it doesn't matter if there's bodies there. Let me try something else, actually. I just got an idea. I realize I'm crashing the game again, but I also just quick saved, so I don't really care. Is it temperature? Cat shotgun? You can't put living creatures into a minecart shotgun. You can put living creatures inside of a cage into a minecart shotgun, but that would probably kill them. Okay, so let's cancel this. Well, no, don't cancel this. Let's go here and type in, or not type in, let's go temperature, disable that. Let's try this, see if it freezes again. It shouldn't be, Wolf. But I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying for Hail Marys now. Man, I miss the days of soap castles. Also, Armitage, if you want positive responses from me, minimize the use of that smiley, because that smiley is, I find it very irritating. Unless you want maximum sass from me, in which case, then keep smiling. Some people like sass, I don't know. But you will get sass from me if you do that. Let's see. I am very close to just quitting the game for the day, though. I will say that much. I've never had that question before. That's a new one. None of them. Because one, I'm not a dwarf, and two, I don't do hypotheticals like that. Caves of Cud time? You don't know me very well, do you? Nah, I've not had the Caves of Cud itch in a while. Yeah, no, it's not working. It's all good. If you want to use a, like, basically like a smiley with a D, like that. That one doesn't get the same response generally, but that smiley is, like, kind of disliked in Twitch. Which comes out like this. Yeah, I don't know. This is fucking bizarre. This is fucking bizarre, man. But no, I have no interest in playing Caves of Cud right now. Lurker can hope. I tend to play Caves of Cud maybe once a year, and I play it for about 2 weeks straight, and then I don't play it again for a year. And I've been doing that more or less since it went into early access, and we'll continue doing it that way. I'll be honest with you, I've never used Teams, so I've never seen that there smiley. All right, so just don't fire the lava, I guess. You watched the turtle video? I hope you liked it. I guess we just don't fire the lava, I guess. I don't know. This is so fucking strange to me, man. I really like Caves of Cud as a video game, but the problem that I have with Caves of Cud is it's one of those games where, you know, when you die, right? If you're playing it the way it's intended. But a lot of those games, when I die, I want to keep playing. When I die in Caves of Cud, I want to do something else for 6 months. And it's pretty rare that I want to play it again. And especially after like a run that's like 15 plus hours or 20 plus hours in some cases, I definitely don't want to start again. And the last run I did with Caves of Cud was like 60, and I'm good for a while. It wasn't the Schmelly guy. That was a different run, but so theoretically I could make another Caves of Cud video with the footage I have. I would have to do it. I mean, even with the save at the city mode, I mean, that's what I did, because what ended up happening with my last run was I basically ended up in a scenario where I wouldn't be powerful enough to be able to beat the game, even though I was basically at end game, and it was really frustrating. So I'm just like, I'm good for a while. I beat Adom in 2009, and I have no interest in ever playing it again. Which Lexus. And don't bring up the sequel. The sequel made me retroactively dislike the first one more. Was that a permadeath run or a saving run? That's pretty brutal. The issue with mine was it was becoming impossible to not get reinfected with fucking clankable things. And no matter how many times I cured it, I just got reinfected because of where he ended up being left. And it was very frustrating. Like, I really like Caves of Cud. I genuinely believe it's one of the greatest RPGs ever made. But, like, my God, my ability to play that game nonstop back to back is certainly not infinite. Okay, so I'm going to try and do something a little silly. A lot of these goblins have made it onto the surface, yeah? A lot of them have. But a lot of them haven't. Sucks to be this guy. Okay, let's go kill the remainders. Fun fact, Adom was the last, like, weird ASCII game, if you want to call it that, I finished before starting Dwarf the first time. And I asked a friend of mine for recommendations on what game to play next. And he said, try Adom. Or rather, try Dwarf since you beat Adom. I was like, okay. So I did. Let's drop this gate down. Just gonna make a mess of this hallway. All right, For the Horde is taking up the lead. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? I don't know if it's showing on my voice, but I'm real frustrated. It's been a long time since I've actually been frustrated at this game, but here we are. Here we go. Ooh, it smells bad in there. Wish us luck, YouTube chat. I do really wish I knew why the lava was causing this, because it's very strange to me. And I swear, if the siege breaking here causes the game to freeze again, then we know it's not the lava. So we'll find out. I don't even know if this is going to break the siege, but we can hope. You're in a martial trance. That's really what you need. His fourth finger is broken. They are fighting uphill. It is literally an uphill battle, but it's mostly against beak dogs, and a lot of them are injured. Seems like Donut's also doing a pretty solid job fighting through these. Down here we've got Toulon and Anon 4 as well. No one has fallen just yet. Down at the bottom, we've got Dishmab. Dwarves are fighting through the wall of beak dogs pretty effectively. Some of them are actually falling down to the lowest layer down here. They haven't broken the siege just yet, but they are running away, or attempting to run away, very ineffectively. Looks like Toulon here has been winded and is going to pass. For the Horde's been injured, but isn't dead just yet. In fact, I think he just got a kill. That he did. He's got 6 beak dog kills, 5 beak dogs, and 1 goblin. Well done there, Dwarf. Running towards the top, we've got Donut, who's continuing to clean up the top of the stairs. The dwarf should follow momentarily, because they are supposed to go stand up at the top. The siege is broken now. So it's not the siege breaking, it is the lava.
Congratulations.
Okay, I'm going to send all these dwarves back to continue training. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to quick save. When they're all training again, I'm going to try turning on the lava, and we'll figure out for certain if it's the lava or not. But there's one thing I'm going to edit with the construction of this first. I'm going to try removing one of the fortifications, because I got a theory. Possible theory. Another nap similar Dwarfport stream? What? It's going to be kind of painful to clean up. For the Horde is incredibly injured, so... Oopsies. Let's also forbid everything underneath you. Someone should come rescue you. Or falling asleep early and waking up. Well, as long as it's not wrecking your sleep schedule. So I certainly wouldn't really want that. It's funny, I feel like there's a very fine line for a lot of people. People either love my voice or they think it's the worst sounding voice on earth and they want me to, like, fall down an elevator shaft, and there's, like, no in between. More like the front foyer versus aisle 5, but... Or aisle 1, because we don't really have any others. Run quickly, it's gonna smell bad. Six hours after 3 a.m.? Oh, no. Well, don't let me contribute. Can't please them all, I suppose. Yeah, well, such is life. I will be honest, because like I say a lot in the tutorials, it's like, or if you just like the sound of my voice, I did get a comment relatively recently from somebody who's like, who in the fucking right mind would like the sound of your voice? And I'm just like, well, as you said, can't please them all. Something like that, S for you. For me, it also matters that, you know, like the microphone quality is kind of decent. But, yeah. Okay. Are pretty different. You want to know why that is? It's because I have some filters on my streaming voice, because I have to listen to my voice when I speak. And so I want it to sound the way I hear it, otherwise it just sounds weird. So, on my stream, the voice that you hear is the voice that I hear in my head when I'm talking. On my videos, the voice that you hear is just without the post-processing. Streaming is much stressful? Nah. Not if you've been doing it as long as I have. What KQ Bud said, no, I'm good. I ain't gonna go get speech training. I have also no desire to change my voice. I like the way it sounds on my streams and the way it sounds in the videos. Although another thing about the videos is like, I project more, if that makes sense. Like I'm just talking when I'm streaming. In the videos, I'm usually reading a script or reading bullet points and trying to speak coherently. I could care less about if I sound coherent or not whilst in the videos. Yeah, but that's a workshop with an audience that's expecting you to teach them something. I'm just playing video games on the internet. It may also partially be YouTube compression versus Twitch compression, Shy Pandemonium. I'm good, KQ Bud. Take up smoking? Take up? Sorry, that's just funny to me. Oops. I don't smoke much, though, so... Majestic in YouTube chat says, or take up smoking and it makes your voice sound more hoarse. I mean, I smoke weed about 3 times a week, so. All right. Cigarettes and ice cream? Well, I'm diabetic, so ice cream tries to kill me. I do have ice cream in my fridge, but that's in case of medical emergencies. Yeah, but I don't like tobacco. Tobacco's gross. It smells bad, tastes bad, gives me a head rush. Not a fan. It's also more expensive than weed. Like, seriously? If you're buying by the ounce, if you're just buying flour, it's cheaper to smoke weed. Type 1. Which is why I have ice cream around for medical emergencies. Let's see if this breaks the game again. Well, I'm not a heavy smoker, thankfully. Yay, we can both die of various, like, I don't know, ailments together. Which, Lexus? What do I munch after I smoke weed? Water? Tea? I don't really munch after I smoke weed. Not really, no. Remember how a second ago I said I'm diabetic? I don't like stabbing myself all the time with needles for no reason. It's a pretty good, like, reason to not, like, have unnecessary snacks. So it doesn't really matter if I'm craving something. I just kind of don't bother. Then you're smoking weed that's too strong for a stoner. You know, if T started clapping, I would presume that I had mushrooms and not weed, but, I mean, to each their own. Shy Pandemonium. Yeah, that's whack. What the fuck is happening there? So it can't be the pathing then. Huh. Let me try something. I said if my T started clapping, I would think I was on mushrooms. Because you said T claps. Because I presume you tried to say slaps, but you said claps. So I said if my T was clapping at me, I presume I smoked mushrooms. I'm gonna just try doing an auto dump destroy. Oh, I wonder. Because it was right when this shield started burning. Where was it? It was when this stuff started burning. So what if I do this? Oops. Okay. Now let's see if it breaks it. Oh, it'd help if I unpaused. I mean, this might be like a controversial subject here, Armitage, but don't smoke anything. It's not good for you. The new YouTube view menu. No? What new YouTube view menu is you speak of? For which screen? You're talking about like the watch screen on videos or something else? Is the dashboard different? Which screen? Yeah, there it goes again. I don't know. Yeah, it's not responding. This is, okay. This is something I'm going to have to send to Putnam then. Well, at the very least, now I know where to get it. Hold on. Just going to go to main files. Go to save. Today's the 2nd, right? Yes, it is. Compress. Game crash when lava, or no, game hard locks when lava flows. Don't. I will state this. This discussion is not encouraging people to try drugs. This discussion is for those of us who are already stupid enough to do drugs. That's all. I'll also chuck this zip file into the game save sharing room. And if you're interested, chat, go take a look and see if it does the same thing on your computer. Chat, you explain it to Salva. That's it for Dwarfs for the day. Because